What? You're hype training already? I just got here. Hey. You went and started hype training without me? I missed the train. Welcome, everyone. How are you all doing? Thank you very much for the Pichu for one, and all the other stuff too. Goodness, thanks for the 2 months, Sonra, and all the bits, Tushkal. Goodness, y'all have been busy. Thanks for the 2 months, Rager Anonymous. And you as well, Barrel of Games. And Ildar. No, wait, that one's older. Okay. I've caught up. Enjoy your new Froyo flavor on the badge. Oh, it's good to see you all. Hello, welcome. Welcome to this Elden Ring post-mortem chat. Well, post-mortem, because we were like dead before the game even started, right? And then Grace woke us up, and then we went on an adventure. Man, and then if you count all of the deaths that happened after that, then you got like a post onward for 400 more mortem. And now we're here. It's a lot of post. It's a lot of mortems. I should probably tweet out that we're doing this, right? Even though Twitter itself is kind of looking, it's like increasingly like a crumbling FromSoft game kingdom. Goodness. Koofy's also here. Thank you so much. Gracious. That's a lot of gifted subs. Thank you, Bahabali. Y'all are too kind. Thank you. Entirely too generous. There, I did the tweeting thing. Okay, all right. Where were we? Duskcall, I'm glad you made it here too. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. I'm enjoying all of the FromSoft Twitter fiction y'all are trying to throw together on the fly. Hey, thanks for the 2 months, Falca. Where's Dan Jones here too? Oh, he is! Hey, Dan. Cats, stop fighting. Quibi. Prinny had the cardboard box first. You can't bully her out of the cardboard box. Gwenny. I see you still sitting there. You're still bullying. Gwenny. Gwenny, don't bully the other cat. Gwen. Let me go break up a little cat fight. Hold on. Gwenny, it's hers. You can't steal it. Sit on the hot pad and fall asleep. Stop bullying your sister. Cat ownership, am I right? Thank you for the Zote. And for the bits as well, Midnight Skyus. But yeah, this is going to be fun. We're just going to hang out. We'll start a new game of Elden Ring. We'll just start kind of like running around, but I think we're mostly just going to be kind of chatting. Though I do think it'll be kind of neat, like seeing the opening cutscene again and running around early areas and seeing what sort of stuff is like super obvious and clear now that couldn't have been on a first time run through. Oh, you have an Elden Ring question. Okay, can you heal your spirit summons with a spell that heals damage, heals allies? I believe yes. I'm pretty sure you can. In fact, as I understand it, there's like a challenge run you can do, which is effectively like a Pokemon Master run, where you can only use Spirit Ashes. I think Dan Jones did that, or maybe he did something similar with like a mod in Dark Souls 3, but I think I've heard of that being a thing. Just trying to go for like a full summon build. Only your Spirit Ash can be doing damage and you just have to like heal them or something like that. I don't know all the details. It sounds awesome. Hey, thank you for the bits, Bahabali. Elden Ring was, the whole Elden Ring was fun. I've been watching that and rewatching your Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough for a refresh before Crisis Core comes out. Oh yeah, gosh, that is coming out soon, isn't it? I'm glad that that's gonna be like all like gussied up and accessible to people again. I don't know if I've ever said gussied up as a phrase before. I was trying it out. How did it go? I'm still on the fence. Even now. Since both the Dans are here, co-op series when? When indeed. When indeed. For co-op series Elden Ring, I'm thinking that's gonna be, I think we're gonna wait for a little bit. For one, we've had a lot of Elden Ring on the channel for a bit. Like we should give it some room to breathe for a little. Also though, I'm wondering if it'll just be more fun to wait until, maybe not fully until like the DLC comes out, but I don't feel like there needs to be a huge rush. Although we might get impatient and just want to play it. That's also possible. I'm also curious to see, so like there's that seamless co-op mod, right? And that sounds like, if you're for co-op purposes, it sounds like the best way to play Elden Ring by far. Unfortunately, it does mean invasions can't happen, which means Dan hunting can't happen, and that's a pretty big downside for a co-op playthrough now, because Dan hunting is like a core pillar of that kind of playthrough for us now, right? But maybe if seamless co-op, like if they have more time to work on it, maybe eventually invasions could get implemented into it? I don't know. We'll see. We've got some other plans first before we get to Elden Ring co-op, but it will happen. For sure. We're both very excited about it. Another question from Zonra. How do you feel about the jump as an in-combat move? I've seen a lot of veterans, me included, keep forgetting it, but a lot of fights in Elden Ring have attacks made to be dodged by jumping. Most ground slams and the Elden Beast rings are made to be jumped, but it's easy to just reflex to try to dodge everything. I think it's not that good at explaining you should add jump as one of your defensive actions. I think I would agree. They don't really tutorialize the jump being a viable dodge, even though there are definitely some attacks which you can roll through, but it's probably easier to jump over. I don't really know how they would tutorialize that easily. They've got some, like short of doing the Sekiro thing where there are sweep attacks that are specifically like highlighted as in like jump over this. Jumping is your only option. I don't know what else they do. Like there are some enemies, like the giant trolls in the start of the game, their big sword sweep attack is so obviously a low sweep in the animation, and like they make it as obvious as I think the animation by itself could. But even I still didn't read it in the panic of the moment, because I play Dark Souls and I roll, don't I? I started using jumping a lot offensively, because like jump attacks are great in Elden Ring, but I really didn't have the thought to, we shouldn't be on the starting soon screen anymore, should we? Let's, hang on. We've been going for 13 minutes. We can't still be here. That's better. But yeah, I never really got around to using it defensively. I think that's gonna just take time to learn, because you don't have to. Clearly you can beat the game without learning to use the jump defensively. But that'd be good to learn, because I will be surprised if future FromSoft games don't keep a jump around, at least until they make something that's very different. Can you I'm so behind on chat now. Can you have 2 different games going on the same platform, or does starting a new game restart your old one? No, you can have multiple saves. And I'm actually, this is on, we're going to be playing on PC here, so it won't even be on the same platform as the PS5 run we just finished. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. Duske, oh boy, Duske? Am I anywhere close? Probably not. Thanks for the 2 months, I am metal. And that gifted sub, Lord Raiden. And the 2 months Regiment. Boy, I'm falling behind. Y'all are too generous is the problem with this level 7 hype train. Are you kidding me? Greetings from Danendorf and Dan Stopper. Glad I got to feature after the break. Expect Danendorf to return in Elden Ring if that's left on the table. I look forward to it. I cannot wait to see what the Dan Hunters come up with in Elden Ring. There are so many toys at your disposal. Endless potential. Lord Trident says that seamless mod would be so much better with invasions. And yeah, like, I'm hoping they can make it happen, because I think if we're having to choose between seamless mod and invasions, we're just going with vanilla so we can have invasions. And we'll make it work. It'll be fine. I'm gonna have to go back and read some of these thank yous later, or I'm just gonna fall further and further behind chat. It's a losing game. Let me try to catch up with chat. Jump ahead. Okay. How far am I in my lore diving expedition? I have watched most of what Vati has put out. I have watched a good bit of Zoli the Witch's stuff. Not all of it, but a good bit of it. I have watched 1 or 2 Smotown videos, and I mean to watch more of them. And there's a couple other creators I want to look into. I want to watch... Oh, I have also watched a Noah Gervais video, which is fantastic, no surprise. Yeah, Vati hasn't got a lot out yet. I think, I get the sense that Vati is kind of in for the long haul here and has like a lot of content planned. Just, each one of Vati's videos have been like, Vati makes longer, bigger, more substantial videos now than he used to as well. So like, I'm not surprised that they're coming out slower, but they contain a lot more stories in it. Like I feel like his, just as an example, his Flame of Frenzy video, which kind of links together all the stories of all the characters who that's relevant to. I feel like that, like, OG Vati would have made that like 3 or 4 separate videos that were a lot shorter. But it does make a lot of sense to combine them all, I think. And yeah, like the level of quality on Vati's videos is just through the roof now. He's gotten very good at what he does, and the fact that he's pulling in, like, he's got people helping him increasingly, either on the research side or the production side, is just allowing him to just go further and further. It's really impressive. Super impressed with what Vati is putting out these days. But yeah, it's been fun going into finally doing the lore dive and not really learning like tons of new information, just getting to see someone put it all together, like kind of assemble the puzzle so that you can see like, oh, right, those 2 pieces. I remember those 2 pieces. That does connect that way. Neat. Oh, awesome. It's, you know what it's like? So I described Elden Ring lore, or like FromSoft game lore, as archaeology, or better yet, like a crime scene that you have come, like a cosmic crime scene that you have stumbled upon that is way bigger than you, and you're just trying to figure out what happened here. And it's really good. Watching lore videos after is like, after trying to do all the detectiving work yourself and just kind of wandering through this mystery, it is like enjoying a parlor scene with your favorite Sherlockian detective going, like, pulling out a pipe and saying, like, here's what happened, and then walking you through the whole thing. It's pretty delightful. Have I gotten the story of Dan Jones's first 5 hours of Elden Ring yet? That was an amazing start to the game. I did hear about that. Apparently, our good friend, Mr. Dan Jones, was managed to get himself to that teleport trap chest real early before he had. Was it before you met Melina, Dan? You couldn't even level yet? Because that's incredible. Yeah, no leveling, no torrent. Damn, that's terrible. That's terrifying is what it is. Oh, hey, November 14th is World Diabetes Day. Remember to wear something blue. I didn't know that. Hey, thanks for the heads up. I am wearing something kind of very desaturated blue, but I've lucked into it. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that though. Thanks for the heads up. Also, thank you, Slacker Alex, for that hydrate reminder a few minutes ago. I was like holding on to it until I needed it, and I need it now. Seattle meetup win. Huh. Like Seattle meetup as in like sort of big fan gathering meetup, or just, I don't know what else you would mean. Now that I think about it, I can't come up with another possible thing you could mean. Hey, thanks for the 2 months, Josh. Schmo, J Schmo, A Schmoe, Schmo. I would, I'd be down for a Seattle meetup. Like, I don't know how many people are actually local out here with our, like, I'm on our fan base, but like maybe next time, if I'm still in town when the next PAX West happens, or the next like Emerald City Comic Con or something, maybe we can figure out some place to just go for a meetup hangout or something. If it feels like health-wise safe to do it, like if pandemic stuff has kind of flared back up, then we'll play it safe and not do that. But I don't know, maybe we can do something like that. I'd be down for it. Especially since I don't do the con scene nearly as much these days. Sip my coffee before it gets cold. At some point, I do want to do more, like, for obvious reasons, I've not been doing many cons over the last few years. And I still feel a little bit gun shy around them, just because, like, I've had friends who have started going back to cons, but it does kind of feel like half the time they do, they catch that, like, they get COVID and then are sick. And I don't know if I feel like risking that yet. Like, I don't have to. I have, like, I have the luxury of not needing to do that, so maybe I should just keep not doing that for a bit. But eventually I'd like to do that again, and then it'd be fun to be able to do a little meetup events or whatever. Thank you for the bits, Red Guy. Thanks for the great show. Loved every part of it, especially the parts where you carefully looked in every direction except for the single one where his secret was. Yeah, apparently I have a knack for it. It's not a good superpower, but... it's what I got. It is true. Con flu was the thing before COVID too. Like, odds of getting sick at a con were extremely high regardless. And maybe wearing masks at those things was always a good idea that we should have been considering. but yeah, between the flu and COVID, I think I'll take a flu if I got a choice. I don't know. I also just want to make sure I'm not, like, spreading it or anything else. But yeah, eventually I do want to get back to the con scene. If for no other reason, then I want to go to MagFest again. MagFest is such a wonderful time. You're waiting for the eventual God of War Ragnarok playthrough? Love the story, but more watching other people play, especially since they're so thorough. Since I'm so thorough. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We're not going to get to that right away, especially because I want to do some shorter games first. Even like 20-hour games at this point are going to feel like a breeze. Just some shorter stuff for a bit. Maybe I'm thinking we'll do like a handful of shorter things through the rest of the year. Because there's not much year left, right? That's maybe 2-3 games tops. And then starting the new year, here's a question, and like I guess it's not like a formal poll or anything, but of the 2 longer games that I've kind of got my eye on as possibilities, Ragnarok is one of them, and the other one's Pokemon Scarlet. I don't know. Here, we'll do an actual poll. Not that this poll is going to make the decision for us, but I am just like curious, just taking the temperature of the room here. I want to know your thoughts. Pokemon or Ragnarok? Let me get this poll set up. Like, I'm down for doing both eventually, for sure. But for the next longer game we do, if it's one of these 2, what would y'all prefer? Poll starts now. And for the next minute. I'm very curious. And I wonder, like, what the subset of folks who are in this poll, the folks who are available to watch today, who are interested in talking Elden Ring lore and just chatting and hanging out and stuff, like what this subset of our viewership would vote for, as opposed to if I polled our patrons or put up a poll on our YouTube channel at large or something. I wonder. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Project Mutt. And for the Zote earlier, Duskay, sorry, I'm just making that guess at your name. I still think I'm wrong. Honestly, now the playthrough is done, I'll miss watching while cooking dinner. It was most pleasant and relaxing after a hard day's work. I'm glad I could provide that. Like, there are so many channels that I have enjoyed as background viewing while either working or doing some other thing over the years. And if that's something that I can be providing for other people, like, that's great. I'm thrilled with that. If I am something you listen to fall asleep, or kind of in background noise while you work, or something you leave on for your pets when you have to go out on an errand or something like that, honestly, that's great. Interesting. Pokemon won by a pretty wide margin. No, not a huge margin, but it was a win. And Pichu is happy about it. It's just pronounced dusk. I was wrong. But not as wildly wrong as I thought. Thank you for clarifying, and also the Zote. A clarifying Zote. All right, I'll keep that in mind. I am kind of feeling like Pokemon could be fun. I could be down for doing another Pokemon run and naming Pokemon after patrons. I'm just so curious how this next one's gonna work too. It seems like the structure is just quite different. Wait, what was planned and forgotten and ditched? I forgot. Sorry, y'all are chatting so much. There's so many of you here. I'm very grateful. I'm having so much fun already. We're not even doing anything. We're just hanging out. It's true. Everyone's playing Ragnarok right now. Granted, so like we're talking, the Sword DLC. Yeah. So, I was at a time, like when I finished Sword base game, I was thinking, we'll come back to the DLC, like, because I enjoyed this run. But then I just kept on hearing from people that the DLC for Pokemon Sword and Shield was just kind of like, it's okay. Like, it's nothing special. It adds more Pokemon and that's great, but it's just like, it's fine. So I started thinking, you know what? Let's just not. Let's go back to next time we do Pokemon, let's just do a new game. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, like, I think the soonest we'll start Pokemon or Ragnarok or whatever will be early 2023. But either one of those sounds fun as the next long game. Hey, thanks for the 2 months, Ziltoid. Left your Elden Ring playthrough for my dogs while on an errand. I was confused when my front door was foggy on the way back. That's a good joke. Well done. Yes, playframe LPs are great background noise while at work. I like the office background talk, but I don't have to be in an office for it. Also, I can mute it when I need it to. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, like I use Let's Plays are so good. Like Let's Plays and streams and such are so good for background noise while working. Like when I'm animating, unless I'm having to like do some like implementation or something that usually like maybe in the blocking or thumbnailing phase, I will not listen to background chatter so I can like concentrate more. Maybe I'll like do music instead. But once you've kind of got blocking laid out, then it's just like, all right, let's refine this and polish it. I could listen to like Let's Plays and stuff like that all day, like, and have, because it's nice having that kind of like background thing to sort of listen to and have like kind of on your second screen in the corner of your eye. It's so nice. It's been very valuable to me. So if I'm paying that forward for some of y'all, then awesome. Good. Marculus, you'd love to see me play the rest of Tunic, you say? I think someone's going to be pleasantly surprised. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Lugnar. And also for the 2 months. Rebel without applause. It's been so lovely to have this playthrough to look forward to for so long, I'll miss it. Me, Dan Jones, and recently Saren are the only Let's Play folks I can watch and enjoy. I feel like a lot of them demand a higher amount of energy than I want to expend watching stuff. It's interesting. Well, thank you for one, and I'm very flattered. I wonder, like, what I'm curious what makes like others feel like they require higher energy and engagement. Is it that like they are higher energy and so like they are like their level of energy makes it feel more tiring as opposed to sort of like the chill laid back vibe? That's like what my assumption would be, but I'm curious. And William asks, have you played Disco Elysium and would you ever do a playthrough on the channel? I haven't played it. I do want to. I am wary of playing that one on the channel. It was like neck and neck close, winning the bonus playthrough vote for our patrons. Like last time we did a bonus playthrough, it was real close, and I was actually getting a little bit worried because like the more I was looking at the kind of content in it, it gets like that game gets into some heavy dark stuff, like every kind of it. Real mature themed, and we've done mature themed games stuff. Like we've done mature themed stuff before. It sounds like it gets like a pretty heavy. Still great and like but like it is what the exact opposite of family friendly. So like I was not sure, like we'll play M-rated games on the channel, that's fine, but there is some stuff like if it is just so heavy that like if I'm worried that I'm going to be like in playing this game accidentally like running a lot of people into like triggering type stuff, well, that's not very chill to get to watch for folks. And I want to like figure out how to navigate that carefully and like respectfully as like it's a higher degree of difficulty, but it's a game that I want to experience. Maybe it's one that I will play myself first so that I know, like, so that I can know going in and be ready to navigate it as like the Let's Player. Okay, so it is the energy level of the other Let's Players that feels like it demands more of you than you want it to. I can understand that. Like when I am, Saren's voice is so chill and soothing. I agree. Saren's voice is great. I don't know Saren, I just play D&D with Saren, but everything I have experienced of Saren is fantastic. I think I've been like halfway through answers to like at least 5 different people at this point and then interrupted myself. Would Disco Elysium be a better streaming game instead of YouTube? In some ways, maybe, but also in YouTube, like with YouTube, if something happens in the game that I feel like I want to cut that out or censor that or not, I don't know if I want that on our channel, I can make that choice in the edit. Not on stream. On stream, it's just there. Yeah, it is seeming more and more like one that I should play first on my own. I think there's a lot of value in having my first time playthrough of a game be the one that is on stream or on YouTube, right? Because like, that's when I can enjoy all the new surprises. So a lot of the time, if I've not played a game before, I try to like make sure, all right, if this is one that I want to do on the channel, I better save it for on the channel. I am kind of increasingly realizing over time, though, that there are some times where some playthroughs might be better if I actually did play it myself first going in. I'm in retrospect, I think I'd have enjoyed the Nier Automata playthrough more if it was not my first time going through it. A little bit. Because, like, I definitely enjoyed Nier Replicant more, knowing what I was in, like, getting into, and being able to, like, try to just take folks along for the ride and present it in the best possible way I could. And I still enjoyed Automata a lot, but it was interesting being, like, in a position where other folks know the game and like it and are excited to see your thoughts about it. In the situation where there's something about the game that you find like, I don't know if I like that, and there's lots of folks who are excited for you to also like it, then you also don't want to disappoint them. But also it's like, but I don't. There's parts of this that I'm not sure that I have constructive criticisms about, though. See, exactly. Like, Choco Man gets it. I was a little bit down on the story of Nier Automata, which lots of folks really love, and it made them a little sad. And I was a little sad. That's like, I'm bummed that I'm bumming them out, because there are aspects of this that I am feeling are not landing as well as I want them to narratively, and I'm not wanting to bum out other people who are fans of this, because there is a lot about it that is still wonderful, and like, I am so glad Nier Automata exists. I will definitely play it again someday, maybe not on channel, but like, I liked a lot about it, but there was just things that the more I played of it, the more I was feeling like, I think this could be better. And it was hard for me to turn that part of my brain off once it started happening. Oh, thanks for the 2 months, Radical Gemmas. When the Elden Ring playthrough started, all I could think about was, I can't wait for Dan to see cool thing, and I was never disappointed. There were a lot of cool things, weren't there? Hey, to keep this a little bit more Elden Ring focused, I'm enjoying the chat a lot, but this is technically a lore playthrough, or chat, or whatever. Let's get this started. Let's see the opening cutscene, and then once we get in game, we'll go back to this sort of like chat view, and I'll turn game music off so we can have the chill beats going, and we can just kind of like wander around and chat lore and do stuff like that. How spine-chillingly good was the music when you enter that second to last boss? There was lots of good music. I feel like I need to... It's hard for me to pay attention to the music in Elden Ring my first time through. Or any FromSoft game my first time through. Because usually it happens when a boss is coming at you real intimidating like. And I'm distracted. Ooh, favorite and least favorite NPC by the end. That's a great question. Let me think about that for a second before we start, because that's a great question. Hang on. Favorite and least favorite NPC. Candidates for favorite right now are... I like Ronnie a lot. Ronnie's really interesting. Blythe is great too. It's this, like, answering this is even more tricky because there are NPCs that I just like, that I like and think are cool, and there are NPCs which I think like were executed really well, like have a complete story that was done well in game. And then there's the opposite. There's NPCs that I like, oh, I hate that guy, what that jerk, like their in-game character, and also NPCs who I feel like they felt a little underbaked. Like, D on paper seems really cool. I love D's armor. There's something really evocative. There's clearly stuff going on with D, but it feels like there's not nearly enough to D in game. There's not really a story to D. D is just like a bit player in Fia's story. And Fia's great, but it feels like there's supposed to be more to D. I don't really know. Like, it feels like you could remove D from the story and very little would change. And, which bums me out. It feels like there should be, I'd love for there to be more to him. Them, I guess. Back to favorites, though. I think Melina is really cool and interesting. I do still think Melina should have popped up and said more. had more to say across the whole campaign. Like, I know there were, like, at least a few Melina bits that I missed by not sitting at the right bonfires at the right time, but even, like, she should say, like, I'm not saying, like, she should have a few more lines. I'm saying Melina should have 5 times more things to say. If you have a character who is traveling with you for a game this long, she should have so much more to say. Like, I like her as is, but I think Melina should be more present and more with you. If she's a character who's actually in your company. So that's a critique I'd give in terms of like narrative delivery and of how on the game's end. Melina as a character, I think it's great though. Other favorites. Yeah, Blythe is great, and it feels like Blythe gets a good complete story too, and I love that. I think Gideon's kind of great too. Like he's a jerk. I hate him, but he's as a kind of antagonist character who's around, I think he's really interesting and great. I'm excited to, whenever I, like on my own time when I play through again, I'm excited to see what I missed in Roger's story, because I definitely missed most of Roger's stuff, which is a bummer, because it sounds really cool. Hugh and Roderica, yeah, no, that's another good pair. They're really heartwarming. That is kind of one thing that I do love about FromSoft games, because they are so bleak and melancholy in their general tone. Moments of joy and connection and happiness and camaraderie between characters shine all the brighter in that darkness, and that so like moments, connections like between Hugh and Roderica, which in a lot of other games would just feel like sort of, oh, those two are friends, I guess, and you move on with your life, really feel like a special, unique moment that stand out, that you want to like protect. Raya, whoa, wow, I forgot about Raya. Yeah, Raya's up there. Raya's great. How could I forget about Raya? I love Raya. I love how immediately, like, I love the complete 180 I did on Raya the instant I understood why she was slouched over. Like, when I first encountered her, there was something about her that seemed like there is something really threatening and off about this character. I don't know what's going weird with you, but there's something wrong with you, and you're going to become a problem for me later. And when I found out, it's just like, no, she's just a snake. Who still talks with that like sweet little voice as a big snake. That's so cute. I love it. It was wonderful. I hope Raya's doing good out there. I don't know what, like, none of us know what happens for Raya once Raya leaves at the end of the story there, but I hope Raya's doing good. Yeah, I'm happy that I also left Dialos out there hanging in Jarburg, giving the pots nice little massages and everyone being happy. I am aware now that the story does continue, and I do actually kind of like some of what the sad resolution of Jarburg is as an ending. But honestly, where I left it also feels like a pretty nice ending too. Jarburg is a tucked away kind of place that I could be happy thinking of as being like, hey, like it's out of the way. It's kind of safe from a lot of these other things. The jars have their own lives. Dialos finally has let himself not be like has come to terms with who he's not, and has found a new life where he feels like he's got a purpose, and he's making other people happy, making their lives better. Like, that's great. I'm glad for that. Did I watch the rest of the endings? I did watch the rest of the endings. I was surprised. I'm glad we went for the Ronnie one, especially in retrospect, because it seems like there's really there's 3 endings, but one of the 3 endings has like a couple palette swaps effectively. So I'm glad we got really one of the most interesting ones. I think, like, thematically, the choice you're making with each one of the endings you get is interesting, even though the, like, 3 of the endings are very, very visually similar. But, yeah, the Chaos ending is the other most interesting one by far. And it is pretty, like, bleak but compelling as heck. Here, let's get into actual game, because I want to look at this opening cutscene again and just marvel at how much they just out and out tell you and show you flagrantly in this opening cutscene, and you just don't have the info you need to recognize it, what it is means yet. It's incredible. And what a good intro, too. So, okay. Here, let's just remake Elise real fast. We'll, I have started a second playthrough of my own that I'm trying to be a more completionist. Well, I was pretty completionist this time, too, but, like, I'm trying to intentionally go through and see all the NPC quests and stuff like that. I'm trying out, like, a different build just to, like, experiment and stuff like that. If any of you ever run into, on PC, a Juriel, I'm not doing a lot of, like, online co-op stuff, but if you ever run into a Juriel, that's probably me. Type B, and I think I've recreated... load favorite. Yeah, alright, so there's Juriel, and here's... Yeah, here we go. Here's our hero, our Elden Lord. And yes, I am still using the Dan Souls group on PC as well. That all looks about right. Cool. Good. Okay. Hang on. Reach into the keyboard. Okay. Origin, Vagabond, Keepsake. Now that I know more what all is in the game, I'm trying to think of, like, what my favorite picks are for the Keepsake to start with. I feel like... Alright, thanks for the 2 months. I went with Crimson Amber Medallion last time, even knowing that it was probably sort of like a trap. Like, all these games have that, right? They have... It always feels like the medallion or the piece of gear is the one you should go with because it's not consumable. Like, it won't just disappear. But it's usually a piece of gear that's not really that good and will, like, almost immediately become less good than the things you find. A rune item that could just give you some levels out the gate, honestly, not a bad choice. Golden Seed... Also not a bad choice. Like, having 1 extra flask is pretty good, but you can get some more flasks pretty fast. It's a good choice, though. I feel like these two are real strong picks. Ashes of Small Diminutive Golems. An okay pick, but you can't use them until... You can't use them until you're a little ways in, at which point you'll have... better ones. You'll get the wolves along with the bell, and the wolves are better than the imps, I'm guessing. Probably. Do I make the same character when playing a FromSoft game? Like Dan Jones always makes Lady Jingle? Usually I do, yeah. Like, in all these side quest runs, I've created, like, a variant of Elise here. I am kind of thinking, in future, I want to come up with a new go-to name. Because Lady Jingle, as a name, and as a fiction... As a character, Dan has created a great character. Lady Jingle has kind of become a great thing. And Elise is a little drab. I need a character name that can step to the level of Lady Jingle. And I've been trying to think about that. I need a wrestling name? Yes. That's kind of what I'm thinking. You know what I need? I need a name worthy of a Venture Brothers villain. Venture Brothers has the best character names in the world. They're amazing. And I need something like that good. And I've been thinking about that. Worthy of fan art. Yeah, a fan art worthy name. Truly. I've got some complaints about Venture Brothers, but I will say that those two creators are god tier at coming up with names that by themselves are already funny and are like great, perfect names for the character. Like just coming up with, all right, we need superheroes and like kind of Bond villains and things like that. What do we got? We got Trucules. Perfect. Go. Dr. Girlfriend. Love it. The Monarch. Frame perfect. Okay, that's pretty good. That's really good, actually. I'm writing that down as a maybe. Holy cow, that's really good. Radical Left. Radical Left would be... I want to see what that Venture Brothers character is. Yeah, if you get a name that you hear the name, and if you're told that's going to be a character in the Venture Brothers movie, and you're like, I can't wait to see what that is, then that's the sign you got you a good name. Frame perfect. Are you kidding me? Oh wait, Radical Left is a character? Like a real one? Or he's basically Two-Face. That's a good gimmick. Yeah, I guess I haven't actually seen the last 2 seasons of Venture Brothers yet. Apparently there was a movie they were like in the works. That show is just hanging in there. And I don't love it as much as like I know a lot of the big fans of that show adore it, but it's a really impressive. I am impressed by it still, especially for its era, for like when it started coming out. Radical Left arches right wing. Of course. Of course. Anyway, let's see. Cracked Pot feels also like one of the best possible choices. Because that's also like, it turns out a permanent, that's a permanent add-on as well, like this. I definitely didn't get as many cracked pots as I could in the game, so like, this is a really good one. Oh, does it actually remove some from the world? Oh, interesting. So you just get it a bit earlier then. Okay. Slightly less useful then. And I guess you can get some cracked pots pretty early in this game too. You can buy a few from Kali, I think, for not too expensive. Stone Sword Key, also good, especially given how scarce they are early game. But if you know exactly which ones of those you want to use early for your build or whatever, then you can be a little bit more conservative with them. I'm definitely keeping frame perfect in mind. Like, I'll still be thinking, but that is way better than anything I've thought of so far, and I am genuinely impressed. If frame perfect isn't my character name, then whatever, like, whenever Dan and I do a co-op run of Elden Ring, frame perfect should be like our like tag team name. Lady Jingle or whatever, like if he does another character or whatever, we should have our characters and then frame perfect can be the team name. Frame perfect and keyframe as the sidekick. Could be like breakdown or in between. Frame perfect and tween. Nah. Keyframe is also really good. Bewitching Branch. Those don't seem that impressive. Like it's fun for goofing, I guess, but the in between. That's it. The modifier in betweener or in betweener on its own, not as good. But like the in betweener or the in between, then it's suddenly ooh, that's compelling. That makes it work. Squash and stretch. Okay, we're coming up with a lot of good animation themed Venture Brothers characters right here. I'm impressed. Y'all are good at this. The backtrackener. Onion skin. Jeez, wow, y'all are coming up with a lot of good ones. The anticipation. Wow. Storyboard. Squetch is pretty good too. Good gremlin energy on that one. Squetch. Boiled prawns. Kind of fun, but like these... Like it's just 5 of them though. This still feels like too consumable. Right? And that, I don't know why. I guess if you're doing co-op with a buddy and you're going tank build, like, this would make a lot of sense if me and Dan's Dark Souls 3 builds were in there, right? Like, if I was being the tank and had this so that enemies focused on me, that would work. Hey, thanks for the 2 months. Pterodactyl noises. Finally caught a stream. Only stopping by to exercise my Froyo powers. Enjoy your jumping powers. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. We gotta pick a thing. Sorry, I'm too distracted by y'all's good naming abilities. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go with... Does Golden Seed also remove one from the world? I guess it doesn't matter because you can find way more than you can actually use, but... Oh, thanks for the stretch reminder a while back. I'm going to use that now while I wait to hear about the Golden Seed. Yeah, you just get capped a little bit earlier? Okay, yeah. That kind of makes me, even though having an extra flask early on is actually really handy, that still makes me not want to do it. It makes it feel like a wasted choice, even though it absolutely is not. I'm curious. All right, let's see. To get things moving a little faster, too, I'm going to take the Lands Between rune, because I'm curious to see how many additional levels does this give you from the very start. Because that could be a pretty helpful boost. Let's go with the Lands Between rune. And, yeah, we're good. Let's see that scene again, huh? Here we go. I'll turn it up a bit.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered.
Yeah, they do literally show you that twist from the start. They did in the first trailer, too. The very first trailer announcing Elden Ring literally shows Radagon and Marika alternating in the same position. Right there, in the very first teaser.
Now,
Just right there in plain sight.
Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the...
This really looks like Morgoth attacking Radahn, even though I guess it's a much tinier Radahn. This is the one that really impressed me. It was like, what, they literally showed Moog and carrying Mikola off from the start. And I just didn't have any idea who they were at the time. It says right there.
A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
We're gonna turn it down again. Hang on. It's about to get louder.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the bad
This too, I'd forgotten Horalu was in this intro at all.
the ever-brilliant Gold Mask.
This intro's so good.
Fear, the deathbed companion. The loathsome dung-eater. And Sir Gideon Othmere, the all-knowing.
Surrounded by ears and eyes, yeah, just so much evocative imagery. I do kind of love that they actually went for just the paintings and portraits for this intro instead of a CG thing.
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Vocal performances in Souls games are amazing.
Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
Yeah, Kerndl, I also didn't notice right away that like all the other tarnished they list off are also like seeing Grace in their picture. Like it's sort of like the moment where Grace appeared to them and they were summoned. So okay, here we are. And I'm going to... Well, let's go through the early stuff first before we put the music back on. I should turn it down a hair, maybe. Now that we've seen the opening, what do I think of the Marika and Radagon relationship? I think it's really compelling, and it feels very clear to me that like Radagon and that FromSoft like is very intentional with that being one of the unclear gaps like in the knowledge that we can attain. Like, what is the full explanation for how the Marika Radagon thing works? How much of their own people or one, like two versions of the same person are they? Like, how does that work at all? It seems really intentional that they have not, that they've left that unexplained. But it is really fascinating, and I think it's really neat. And I'm trying to decide like what my own kind of theory is. Like, the place where it seems most interesting is the point where Radagon goes and is wed to Rennala. Because that's like a thing where I kind of love the idea of Marika taking the form of, like, becoming Radagon as sort of like a espionage tactic to try to kind of undermine Liurnia from the inside. They'd already had some wars against Liurnia and not been able to win, and that being the way that Marika found to finally weaken Liurnia by being wed to Renala, having children with Renala who became Empyreans, thus getting pulled into the whole golden lineage as demigods, then returning back home and kind of just leaving Liurnia's leader weakened and kind of that place falling into civil war. That seems like that could just straight up be a intentional tactical move. Or Radagon could have been just a separate character who wed Renala and then was drawn toward. I also kind of wonder if Radagon was who Marika was originally, that Marika being blessed, touched by like the greater will, is where like Marika, Radagon becomes Marika in that moment. In some sort of way, right? Like if Marika is kind of a construction of the greater will, and Radagon was sort of like raw material for that or something. There's like, who knows? Yeah, there's stuff that ties Radagon with the Giants, like their red hair, definitely. Did I ever look what was in that figure of his that the turtle hinted at? I don't know what's in it either. Yeah. So that's the that was the statue in what's its place, Landell, where you have to use that one spell, regression or whatever, that transforms the Radagon statue into a Marika one, and where you get the message that says Radagon is Marika. That was the hidden sculptor's secret. Yeah, it's definitely, that's like a specific aspect of the lore that is quite unclear, but it is compelling. So this is a finger maiden here, yeah? I feel like I remember seeing some people theorize that this was supposed to be your finger maiden and that your finger maiden had been killed by someone. Because, yeah, why do we start here? We're blessed by grace outside the lands between and arrive here. Arrive here, why? Yeah, Varya could potentially have done it. My interpretation of the dual identity thing with the alchemy symbolism is what is the crucible that changes your identity, and is that change reversible? Malekith and Garank can be but Rykard cannot. Okay, yeah, you're getting deeper in than I've gotten, I think, in your understanding of it. Yeah, where were we before going to the lands between? Who knows? Like, they definitely make it clear that there's a lot more world out there than just the lands between. I wonder if we arrived on the ship. There is like a shipwreck out there off the coast, and a lot of lifeboats you find on the beach. But maybe that's also maybe that's the group that came in with Rodrika? Who knows? Do I think that there's any weight to the theory that this game is in the Dark Souls universe? Like, what with the Age of Stars starting at the end of the game instead of assuming like the Age of Frenzied Flame, could it take place well after or before the Dark Souls games? Like, I think, sure, it could. I don't know if that really adds much. In a way, I'd kind of prefer them keep the two separate. This game is so clearly a child of Dark Souls. It is a successor to Dark Souls in so many ways. This is effectively the painting, the Dark Souls 3 DLC painting, that has been painted with the raw material of the Dark Soul. This is what has gone on to come from it. And I don't feel like I need like this to literally connect to Dark Souls anywhere. In the same way that I don't need all the Pixar films to actually be existing in a shared timeline or something. Like, that doesn't make any of them better. It's a fun thought exercise, but it doesn't add to them in any useful way. But there is clearly like a place outside of this. There are eras well before and after, like, they certainly could connect them. There's probably a dozen different ways they could connect Elden Ring and Dark Souls if they wanted to. But I'm quite content with them not doing that. Do I think I'll be able to beat this first boss this time? No, but we'll give it our best shot, won't we? What a good first boss, too. So Zoe the Witch has a good video on the Grafted Scion, like, just basically moving the camera in closer so you can see in more detail. It really much looks like the core figure is actually kind of a child or pretty young. And you can sort of see them up front a little bit when the shield's not in front of them. Like, I'm kind of feeling like the Grafted Scions might be offspring or descendants of Godric, actually, that have been just grafted to heck. They've got really nice, like, they've got really nice weapons and equipment that, like, you'd think nobles would have. But yeah, like, the core figure there, you can almost see it. All right, so you can see the face up front, you can see the torso underneath it, and the one smaller arm dangling down. I think that's like that's like the core of the body there. And the rest is all just a bunch of stuff attached. This is an amazing, like, first boss meant to kill you, though. Probably my favorite of the bunch. Like, Asylum Demon and all those others, they're great, but, like, what an amazing design. Great attacks and everything. It is a really high-pitched scream, though. Disconcertingly so. This must have been such a fun creature to animate. So many of these enemies seem like they'd be so fun to make animation sets for. There's so much creativity in it. Oh boy. Look out. Don't be here. I'm getting greedy. I don't have health or healing resources to be greedy. Whew, wow. Didn't even know the scream could guard break you. That roll, that's one of my favorite moves it does. Yeah, I highly recommend Zully the Witch videos if you've not come across those in your own lore diving before. Because they're not really they're not lore videos so much. Like Zully the Witch videos are kind of like they're data mining videos, sort of explaining how different aspects of the game work that do kind of dig into lore implications. They boundary break, they move the camera wherever they want to, they dig into the data and the code and try to figure out how various things work. And it's really like, if you're into game dev at all, Zully the Witch's videos are great because in digging into all these various things, they are trying to figure out how the game works and also like sort of rationalizing, like coming up with theories as to why things might be designed a certain way or why systems might work a certain way. And it really helps you to kind of like get further into understanding the the design and how the game is built a bit more. And it's really fascinating. There was an attempt. Bye, Camille Meta. Thanks for joining. Yeah, that did sound like we got tossed into the ocean there, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Like and maybe we washed up in here somehow? Because this is pretty near the beach, this cave.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all.
Yeah, starting on an island, being killed, being thrown off into the water, and then washing kind of into a cave on the adjoining landmass makes a lot of sense.
One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
Especially since if you don't get killed by the boss, if you beat the boss, the only other way to then die is to fall, basically, into the water, which then same result. You end up here. I am curious about this, about that, yeah, the, like, scarring on Melena's hands. That I've not got I haven't got a theory on that. As to why there are, like, burns there already. She did say she was burnt and bodiless. That's true. I'd forgotten about that line. That kind of makes some sense, doesn't it? Like, I don't know the story there, but there's a lot about her origins that I don't know. I am firmly in the camp of believing that Melina is one of Marika's children. There's like it was a thing that like Vati proposed in one of his earlier videos, and like he framed it in a way that I really like too. Like I think her name alone and everything else we know about her origin already kind of draws the direct, like makes it pretty implicit that Melina is one of Marika's children. That she was like born in the naming scheme, that she was born in the Erd Tree, she says, wants to be taken back to it. Like everything kind of points to her being another of someone important in the golden lineage. But Vati also makes a really interesting point that there are, of the three children born to Radagon and Marika, like the three demigods who were kind of born last, which is Melania, Mikola, and in theory, Melina. There's also three butterflies that you can find as consumables out in the world. One of them is the Aeonian butterfly, which is all about like rot, like Melania. Another is a sort of like ghostly, whatever butterfly. I forget what that one is called, that always looks like it's just out of the cocoon, or it's like in a sort of larval form, or like a nascent. That's the one, which is like Mikola, who is like cursed to eternal like youth, basically. And the last butterfly is the like smoldering one, which does line up with Melina really well. And that's like That is a connection I would not have drawn at all, but that's a really, and it's not even like the most obvious thing that points to the connection of Melina, but if that's intentional, and it seems like it could be, that's really neat. That's a neat connection that I like a lot. I was gonna bolt through this one just for funsies. Here, at this point, what I'll do is I will, oh, thanks for the hydration reminder, by the way. My coffee's cold, I'm gonna go for water. Thanks for subscribing, by the way, Open World Addict. I think I've been missing some of y'all's subscriptions and bits and stuff. Like, give me a username said, a bit delayed because I had to buy more bits, but which FromSoft Souls adjacent game has the best intro cinematic? Ooh. I'm gonna think about that one for a second while I set this up. Hang on, let me set this up and I'll think about that while I do. Let's get tunes going again and let's go back to here. And while we're in here, I'll also turn in-game music off. So we still have sound effects and voice and everything, but we just won't hear Limgrave's kind of repetitive droning. Perfect. Okay, we're set. Best FromSoft intro. That's a tough call. They're all really strong. I guess Bloodborne doesn't have much of one. It has the opening monologue from the blood ministration guy. And the beast coming up close to camera. Like, it's cool. It's got a good vibe intro, but it's less... It is a good vibe intro, but it is a very different kind of intro than they've done for a lot of these. None of them are bad. That's like, that much is for sure. Break. There we go. I like Elden Rings a lot. I also really like 2s. I like Dark Souls 2s actually a lot as well. Because it really appropriately sets the new focus. Dark Souls 1 is, like, its intro is about, here's the mythology that came before and all the big, like, figures and gods who made the world like it was. And here's you, and you suck and you're in jail. Dark Souls 2, like, just places all of the emphasis squarely on where the game does. Like, hey, being cursed, like, being one of just the poor sods living in this world who is cursed sucks. This is like, we knew it sucked, but like, let's really dig into like what it is to experience this. This is miserable. This is scary. And I love that Dark Souls 2 focuses on that. Like, the more time passes, the more I appreciate what Dark Souls 2 brought and did. That was easier than I remember. It bothers you that the opening of DS2 assumes the default gender of the player is male. Yeah, I wish it didn't. I Does it... Are there pronouns in it anywhere? Like, I know they don't show your character's figure and, like... Or they show your figure, but it's pretty obscured by cloaks and stuff. We don't have to do the chill music, by the way. I just figured y'all might like having... As long as we're kind of, like, spending half the time chatting and not even playing. We can definitely go to just full game audio. It does definitely change the vibe a little bit. You like it? Okay, cool. We'll stick with it then. Theory: when the Elden Ring was shattered, Marika actually shattered with it. Her children aren't actually children, they're parts of her split and separated. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Let me think about that for a second. So, the children past that point in that shattering would be the Millennia, Mikola, and Melina. All of them cursed in some way. That is a kind of neat read. I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. I could see that feasibly being a thing. It feels like Millennia and Mikola and such have been around a little longer than just the shattering. Like, the Halig Tree is a pretty well established place, it seems like. So now we have the fun of being back out here and getting to actually, like, have a lot more context for everything. One, I do love, like, seeing the ruins of Farum Azula all just crumpled and just scattered around this landscape now, and knowing now where all that came from. That's so cool. I should mention that, like, I'm going to be making some observations as we go into some of this early stuff. I don't mean to be implying that I came up with all of this on my own. Most of it is not. Most of it is stuff that, like, connections that I've heard in various lore videos I've watched, or some of the, like, lore podcasts, the Bonfire Side Chat stuff I've been listening to. So I am mostly, like, repeating things that smarter people have come up with. Like the fact that Vari here... It's interesting, like, Vari is here basically just waiting for someone to come out of this to potentially recruit them and see, like, hey, if let's kind of ask some questions and see how interested they are in potentially joining our thing. Do we have some theories of what's going on with Mikola? He gave his blood to the Halig. Mohg wanted to give him blood. He didn't react. Seems like Mikola's not doing great in Mohg's care. I don't know exactly what's going on with Mikola, but it seems like it's not great for Mikola. Seems like Mohg is being pretty garbage. Would you say that Mikola summoned Mohg for that fight? I don't know. I wonder if Mohg was, like, the blood pours out from that sort of, like, little cocoon, like, kind of trickles down the arm and hand and all that, but, like, maybe Mohg was in the cocoon as well as blood, pools on the floor, emerges, takes form. That's kind of my read. It really feels like Mohg is definitely getting something from Mikola being there, but I don't think it doesn't seem like Mikola is much of a willing participant.
Nah.
Yeah, like, Mohg is just using Mikola. is my read on it. Hey, thanks for the Zote Dusk. And thanks for joining us today. Thanks for gifting a sub too, Ren Daniel, by the way. But yeah, like, we could call, like, Vari out here recruiting, which is interesting. You guys aren't getting game audio, are you? Hang on.
Strength of runes.
There we go. Sorry about that.
An invitation to the round table hold. You are fated.
Trying to find the balance on music. Okay.
To die in obscurity.
Yeah, no, like, huge kudos to every single vocal performer in this game. Really, all FromSoft games, they're all phenomenal, but they cast extremely well, and everyone they cast does such good work. Is Vari's clothing clean? Doesn't look very clean. No, I think Vari's clothing is pretty not clean. Maybe it gets bloodier over time.
Luckily for you, however.
Y'all let me know if the music is too loud, by the way.
Hope for even the maidenless. Me. Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, the path that a tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave.
And so, like, stuff like that, he's being very slick. He is endearing himself to us by trying to, like, give us information and try to tell us, like, hey, like, I know you're new here. I'm sure a lot of this seems confusing. You can see that line of grace. Like, this is how things work. This is what you're currently lacking. Like, this is what you're going to need. Here's what your whole job is. But he is still kind of, like, seeding it with stuff, like, more sinister sounding stuff, like, even if it leads you to your grave. Like, also try to kind of, like, seed it in your brain that, like, this whole thing that you are assigned to do that I'm explaining to you does kind of suck, huh? A little bit.
Grace's guidance will reveal the path forward, most certainly. To Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff, the home of the decrepit demigod, Godric the Grafted.
Oh, you haven't finished watching the YouTube series yet. You're up to Moog, but has it ever touched on closer near the end what grace is? Kind of, yes. Like, I guess we're full on, like, spoilery sort of thing now. So, like, the larger story of... I've just been assuming going into this that, like, I'm the one, like, everyone else has already been way deep into this lore stuff, and I'm just the one who's behind because I haven't finished it yet. But, for the folks who've not gone on the full journey yet, and I do recommend doing so, it's really fun. The larger story of Elden Ring seems to largely be one of, there are a bunch of outer gods beyond all of this stuff here who are kind of fighting a proxy war, trying to attain control and influence over this place. The Greater Will is effectively one of them. Like, I've heard people argue that the Greater Will isn't an outer god. Technically, the Greater Will is a different thing. But, like, functionally, the Greater Will is a larger godlike external power who is just out there somewhere, who sent the Elden Beast here to claim this land for itself, for the greater will, effectively. The Two Fingers are also servants of the greater will. The Elden Ring is a creation of the greater will, and Marika, in establishing the Golden Order, is effectively has established a kingdom in service of the greater will and all that. The lines of grace are, I believe, that's just sort of the grace is also sort of a thing from the elder will, like a gift of blessing from the greater will that is essentially giving us orders and direction and guidance to hey, do this. Here is your mission. Follow this. This is a thing you can see because I've blessed you. And a lot of Tarnished, this is a thing that a lot of us Tarnished have been given the gift to see. I'm wondering if this is a thing that folks could see a lot more of all the time back in the heyday of the Golden Order, but that over time, the Tarnished had our grace taken from us and were sent away, along with Godfrey, aka Horaloo, way back in the day. But we were kind of summoned back at the start of this game in the opening cutscene by suddenly seeing grace again, by seeing the guidance of grace. Effectively, the greater will, or the agents of the greater will, blessing us with this sight again to draw us back and compel us to try to take action and achieve its goals. And so all of these lines of grace are leading us ultimately to bosses who hold shards of the Elden Ring, so we can gather them, or try to. And a lot of the folks who came here seeing this grace can't see it anymore. It's like a temporary effect. A lot of characters really comment on the fact that it's pretty cool. We can still see it. They remember being able to see that.
It's time you set off, I should think, to Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where grace...
Is Horaloo basically one of the first Tarnished? I've been trying to kind of figure that out too. If Horaloo was just a... It seems like Horaloo was a great warrior who Marika recruited, or I don't know how Horaloo fell in with Marika and that lot. Maybe Horaloo was beaten and conquered or something by the Golden Order or whatever. I'm still a little fuzzy on terminology sometimes, so I'm stumbling through it. But Horaloo was made the first Elden Lord, made Godfrey, given Sarash to help rein in Horaloo's more WWE tendencies, I guess. And then at a certain point, after Godfrey had conquered all the threats, basically, to the Golden Order, Marika took that grace away and sent Godfrey and Godfrey's warriors, the Tarnished, away to go to other lands to fight and die and become stronger in doing so. And Marika said that I will eventually give this gift back to you, and you will return more powerful. It seems like Marika's been trying to... It does seem very much like Marika at a certain point decided that she was going to turn on the greater will, or take some actions the greater will was not cool with, shattering the Elden Ring being one of them, and that sending us away to become stronger independently without the guidance of grace to then be drawn back in is kind of part of that master plan, it seems like. I'm definitely not going to be able to explain everything in depth. I'm still kind of absorbing a lot of it as it is, and the folks who have been really diving in deep have been doing so for the better part of a year at this point. So I'm pretty behind. But there's a lot to catch up on. if you have not done lore dives of your own yet, I do highly recommend it. It is, especially if you just kind of watched through my playthrough on Playframe, it is very fun getting to kind of like see someone assemble the puzzle pieces in a more complete picture. Given how things end, you wonder if the grace we see isn't direction from the greater will, but instead from Marika. It could be, yeah. Like I guess it does seem like Marika had, at one point at least, had the ability to bestow or withdraw grace from someone. I don't know if Marika still has that power, given Marika's kind of just a prisoner for that whole Elden Ring tantrum. But yeah, that could be a thing. Or it could be that, like, it could be that the greater will and the two fingers are still drawing us in. They still want us to become Elden Lord, to become a replacement, effectively, for Marika, to try to get things back under control out here. But that, so we are, a lot of the time, following a lot of steps that the greater will and the two fingers and all them have been wanting us to do, but we make choices toward the end that break from that. I'm definitely not trying to fight this thing right now, because we want to see more things. I need to get to some more Grace Fires, so we can get a melon a visit and start getting levels, and use this very nice rune item we have. Hey, Rolly Sheep. What was Marika's true plan? It's like, we can definitely only theorize, and there's not one right answer, I don't think, but it does seem pretty clear. It seems almost completely, we can be pretty certain that Marika took actions the Greater Will was not thrilled with, shattering the Elden Ring being one of them, and that act seems to suggest that Marika was, whether Marika wanted to free the lands between and free the world from the Greater Will's influence, or just wanted to take some actions to break from the Greater Will, maybe not to totally turn against it or fight it or anything, but just to, it's hard to say, honestly. Especially because I'm still piecing it together. But there's plenty of evidence to suggest that the whole Night of Black Knives thing is something that Marika also had a bit of an indirect hand in initiating or allowing to happen, if nothing else. Putting pieces into place so it could. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of the things that caused this whole kingdom to topple are kind of part of a Marika master sabotage plan. But the details are definitely things that you kind of have to guess at a lot. I don't know if she helped Ronnie steal the Rune of Death, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, probably not directly helped, but maybe, like, again, orchestrated things so that Ronnie could have the opportunity. Really hard to say. With the knowledge I have, again, it might be less hard to say than I think. You can really feel the, like, George R.R. Martin influence with the whole messed up family having a squabble that ruins everyone's lives thing. Yeah, like, that's the kind of place where I most feel the George R.R. Martin influence as well. It's like, it's not there's any particular part or chunk of the story that feels like, oh, this feels like George R.R. Martin wrote this. This all still feels very much like a FromSoft Miyazaki game, but there are lots of elements that feel more Game of Thronesy. the number of different factions and the like in the game, and the fact that there are so many splinters even within each faction, that no faction is a monolith. There are people disagreeing and squabbling within any given group. That feels very Game of Thronesy. The way that there are certain major events like the Night of Black Knives that are named things like the Night of Black Knives that then have huge lasting effects and consequences for the like power dynamic in the world after. Like that's a very George R.R. Martin thing. Yeah, the fact that it is ultimately like the petty squabblings of rulers and royal families that just leads to nonstop suffering for everyone else in the world around them. There's like a lot of thematic and kind of broader general George R.R. Martin sensibilities to a lot of this. It seems like FromSoft and Miyazaki took kind of like used some George R.R. Martin work or ideas as a sort of baseline to build some inspiration to build from, which seems like a really great idea to do it, honestly. To make it still theirs, but something that is inspired by the work of someone else skilled outside their usual group of influences and culture and all that. Hang on, a chat just popped up that seems worth like reading here. The Rune of Death was ripped out of the Elden Ring as it was established, which prevented natural death in the world's rule set, and also made Erdtree burial a thing. So yeah, like the Golden Order and the Elden Ring, like those runes in the Elden Ring establish an order. It's basically like a rule set for the world. This is how the world works. The natural order of the world is contained within the Elden Ring, and in removing the Rune of Death at the time of its creation, that meant that, like, okay, people don't die in this world. Like, death isn't a thing so much. Like, life just gets drawn back into the tree. Like when someone falls and dies. And the Rune of Death gets turned into, like, Marika gives the Rune of Death to Malekith to guard as their sword. And later on, when a piece of it gets stolen and used to kill a god in the Night of Black Knives, Malekith contains the, like, just goes ahead and contains the whole sword within himself to better protect it. Is there anything I should get from Kale this early?
That you're not after my throat.
Stop popping up, mouse.
Then why not purchase
Just green mouse.
something? I am caught.
Let's see. Yeah, a crafting kit would be a good thing to get, huh? That's a good start.
I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer.
Another interesting result of diving into Elden Ring lore and everything that the lore hunters have been finding is that you also become aware of all the things which like all the elements in the game that, like all the voice files people find and various tidbits that suggest there were plans at various points for there to be more character quest lines or more to various character quest lines at some point. For instance, it seems like there were plans for Kale at some point to have much more of a quest line that eventually might have led you to find the entombed merchants underneath Landel. which would have been quite cool. Like it's I'm sure it was cut for good reasons. I'm sure these things are always cut for reasons. They don't just get rid of them just because they decide they don't like it anymore. They, especially in cases where they've gone and like recorded VO and all that stuff already. Like that's you don't make cuts after doing a bunch of production work on that kind of thing unless there's a very good reason. But it sounded really interesting though. There's enough here still for you to be able to piece together kind of like the merchant story and why they like why the connection between the merchants and Frenzy and all that stuff, but I'm a little sad that quest line didn't make the cut just because it does seem like it would have lent a little bit more clarity to it. Alas.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
I am glad that the lore hunters can find those files in the game so they can sort of like, because sometimes it's always a little bit risky trying to use unused files and stuff to connect dots in the story or fill gaps because it was not something that technically shipped as part of the game intended game experience. So like it's a little bit gray area in terms of a usable resource, but sometimes it does help to fill in some gaps that you can't fill any other way in a way that makes a lot more sense. And so I'm glad they're able to still find that stuff in order to try to fill those gaps where we don't have other material to do that with. I don't think we can do much without two of the... No, okay. Let's go run off and find some trouble to get into. Hello. With my second character that I've created, Zuriel, that I'm running around with, I'm kind of intending to go a little bit more into to do more of like dexterity and intelligence, since I did strength and faith the first time through, just because I want to see how different it is. So I went with the like warrior class to start with, who starts out with like 2 scimitars. It definitely like is a bit of a learning process, learning to fight trying to learn to fight while dual wielding without the shield, and just be like nimble and figuring out especially how to deal with shielded enemies in that case. Actually, let's go back out here first, because we can get ourselves the greatsword if we go out to the if we go out here to this sort of tiny stealth mission of a camp. Oh, good. Bats. That's true. Melena's out here as well. We should do that. Although, can't Melena appear at literally any, like, whatever the third Gracefire you rest at is? Maybe there are some Gracefires it just doesn't work at. I know it's not just... It's not... I know it's definitely not just this Gracefire. I know you can encounter Melena at quite a few of them. It's just you're most likely to, like... It's unlikely you're going to run way out to the other side of Limgrave in order to bump into her.
Traveler.
I think it is exclusive to Limgrave, though. I don't think... Which would explain why Dan Jones didn't run into her out in Caelid. I'm honestly still impressed in this in-engine cinematic here.
For you an accord.
They had her interacting with her cloak that much. Like, the flaring it out behind her as she kneeled, the pulling the hood up. That's real hard to do. Especially with things that need to act like real-time physics objects sometimes.
Offering guidance. And
That must have been pre-baked. That had to be... That aspect... The cutscenes in real time, because our character's there and it shows us it in our armor and everything.
maidenless
But that... Her that came in and animated with a cloak,
maiden,
that had to be pre-baked.
turning runes into strength.
Because it, like, she doesn't have her hood up any other time.
Elden Ring.
That would have been a lot easier to do. Yeah.
Need only
Still hard to do. Even pre-baked, that sort of interaction is not easy to make look that good.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
Yay, horse.
Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
Yay, levels. So a few minutes ago, thank you for the bits, by the way, Shakal Draconis, said, I kind of think of data mined assets as someone in game saying the legends say, like part of lore, but not necessarily true. Yeah, no, I think you definitely need to take it heavily with a grain of salt if it was not put in the experienceable game itself. But it does definitely, like, you can kind of read into it some original intent. It is something that if you find anything in the game that conflicts with something in with data mined info, then whatever's in game wins out. But if there's gaps, though, that data mine stuff can help to fill, then I think that's a pretty, like, still tread carefully, but I think that's pretty fair game. Like, at this point, we all think Dark Souls 1 first night you find at the very beginning. What's the guy's name? The guy who breaks Oscar, thank you. At this point, we've pretty much all accepted, like, we've, like, taken in kind of everything that was cut from Oscar and sort of, like, accepted that as fact about Oscar, for the most part. We all know that, like, a lot of the larger quest line of him was cut, but most of what we've learned about Oscar from the data mine stuff around that cut quest line, we've sort of just collectively folded in as the, like, including his name, yeah, we've folded in as the kind of fact and canon about Oscar. And it's probably too early to do that with data mine stuff. Like, we can't really lock any of that stuff in, especially because we're still waiting on whatever DLC will tell. And, like, it could be that DLC adds more clarity to some of these questions, but especially once that DLC, like, once development on Elden Ring is over and FromSoft has moved on, at that point, I think we can start kind of locking some of those things in. If we choose to. Thanks for that gifted sub, by the way, Quasimoto. Appreciate it. Now let's get
Shall I turn
a level if I have enough.
share them
I don't, but I will in a second. So sit tight, new rune friend. I'm very curious to see what we get from this. Hey, I love that they do actually, that they patched it so that the rune descriptions actually straight up tell you how much you'll get. That's a great change. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Ren Daniel. Let's see, Delta Frost said, do you do animations for clothing with characters, or is there a separate team that does cloth animation? It very much depends. In film, cloth animation is going to be the character effects artists and character effects team. You will animate the character. Maybe there will be like elements of clothing or cloth or something that you might have hands on, depending on the character and the character's rig. But most of the time, that's the sort of thing that more technical specialists are going to do after you've done the character part. After your character animation is final, they'll start doing the cloth work, because that is just a different specialized skill set. It's like the halfway point between animation and effects art and effects, which are very different crafts. In games, a lot of times, like the heavily calculated and simulated cloth effects type stuff, like in a real-time situation, you can't do all that. Real-time physics are way, way, way simpler and more streamlined than that. So some parts of the character's clothing might be real-time simulated, like where the more powerful these consoles get, the more of that we can kind of do. It's still way simpler than anything in a pre-rendered film would be, but it's looking better. But control of the character's clothing might be on the actual like rig in the character skeleton. So yeah, you might actually hand animate aspects of the character's clothing. For instance, in Genshin Impact, everything that I've seen, like all of the character clothing and capes and like scarves and things like that, those all looked to be hand animated to me. That didn't look like real-time physics. So folks would have actually, like that, they would have, all the animators would have like handcrafted that stuff. Does that film division of labor extend to like Rapunzel from Tangled? So like Rapunzel's hair would be a case where would be a really special case where you would need that would be a collaborative effort between the character animators and the character effects artists, because it can't just be character effects artists, because her hair is a part of her performance a lot of the time. She, like, Rapunzel is interacting with it, playing with it, swinging from it, doing all kinds of things. So the animate and like you want to be able to like pose it in specific ways, and it's attached to the character. So there was a very complicated and it really like difficult to work with. It sounded like Rapunzel hair rig. And that's not like a slight against the folks who rigged it up. It's just, that's a really complex thing to have to rig up and manually animate, period. But yeah, like the animators would animate loosely what Rapunzel's hair was doing behind her, but then the character effects artist would take that and like take that baseline that the animators had set for sort of like the basic, like where the hair draped and how it moved and how she like interacted with it, and flesh it out much more considerably and make it and simulate it and make it feel more like hair instead of a big solid object clump. That it was a real feat of animation and technical animation in general, honestly. Like I'm real impressed, especially considering that's just like, how much time was there between The Incredibles and Tangled? Hang on, I'm Googling this. What year we're really going off the rails right now. The Incredibles came out in 2004. Tangled came out in 2010. 6 years. Are you kidding me? 6 years difference between The Incredibles, where like they were just having to really figure out basics of like, here's how hair on a 3D character can look kind of good and like look like it's wet if they're in the water and stuff like where they weren't even sure they were going to be able to do long hair on Violet because of just how hard that was to do in CG at the time. 6 years later, Tangled. It's amazing how fast that tech moved. It's incredible. All right, let's get 3,000 runes. I'd forgotten how close together those movies were. Jeez. Levels for me. Let's get some survivability, some, what do we want here? We're not going to get far enough today to get interesting faith options. Let's just lean into our damage and tankiness and whatnot. Oh, thanks for the hydration reminder. In a little bit, I should go make another coffee. For myself. Yeah, having a few, like, free levels at the start. Not bad. I don't know if it's a choice I would often make. Usually I probably would go with either the cracked pot or the golden seed or something, but just to accelerate the pace a little bit, it's not bad. There's our great sword. It served us very well. Do I have the stats for it? I don't yet. Oh, I need more dex for that one. How short am I? A few. Interesting. All right, all right, all right. We'll build to that then. Got us our great sword though, and that feels good. So it's night right now. If I literally right now warp us back to here, will Ronnie be there? Rena, sorry. That's the thing that I think I'm still fuzziest on. That I do. There she is. I long for more clarity on this Rena Ronnie thing. I was really expecting more to come from that. Like, I get it that ultimately it seems like Rena is just an alias Ronnie is using with people she doesn't know yet so that she can, like... It's not like she's all that inconspicuous a character, but just, she doesn't let you, like, tell you her real name until you are, like, joining her and meeting her in her place and joining her service and all that. But I'm still a little bit thrown by the fact that if she just called herself Rena here, and then the next time I saw her, she introduced herself as Ronnie and, like, let us in on her whole scheme and plan and into her group, I'd be like, oh, okay, Rena was just a name, an alias that she really could have come up with one that sounded less like her actual name, but whatever. That's just an alias she was using. It's Ronnie. Cool. Rena's just a fake name. But then Rena also has her own room in the secret Caria Manor base. There's, like, Ronnie has a rise and Rena has a rise. Why does her secret nickname have a rise? The only thing I can think of is that maybe Rena, Rena was the witch who taught her. Like, they never named the ice, like, magic witch who taught Ronnie, who Ronnie respected so much, who Ronnie's doll, like, body here is modeled after. This is apparently what the ice witch looked like. This is not what Ronnie originally looked like in her original form, which is a cool detail. I guess Rena also, like, Rena being the name of the witch and Rena having a room in, like, having a rise in that base is the best explanation I can come up with. It still feels like, it's weird. It's a thing that feels like it is a detail that sticks out too conspicuously. Whoop. Oh, we've been raided. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Exit to critical role. Hang on. I've said that super wrong. Exito critical role. Exito critical role. I've said it so bad 3 times now. But welcome, everyone. Welcome. We're playing Elden Ring, but we're mostly talking about Elden Ring lore. But this is a spoiler-filled stream, by the way. If you're, like, wanting to dodge Elden Ring spoilers, I highly recommend ducking out now, because we're just hanging out. Like, I just finished my almost year-long playthrough over on our Playframe channel of the game, and now we're just talking about lore and kind of doing a retrospective thing. So if you want to join for that, we're having a great time, just chilling out with some beats, playing through the early game and just talking about theories and stuff. But if you don't want to be spoiled and you're still in the middle of Elden Ring, which I would understand, it's big, then you may want to duck out. But thank you for the raid. Thanks for joining. I'm Dan. Yeah, like the Rena nickname thing sticks out a little too prominently as a detail, especially with the tower being there, to not have more of a slightly more of a explanation around it for me. Just slightly. Yeah, like it seems like the sort of thing that maybe there were some intentions for at some point that got shuffled around in development, which always happens. Still no explanation for the eye tattoos either. That's true. I don't know if they're like, I don't know if we can get a great look here, but I don't know if she does have an eye tattoo thing. I think like her puppet body just really like cracked and broken. I think it's just like a missing an eye or a closed eye or something. I think it's just a closed eye. It's got some like kind of magic-y scroll there, which is, I guess, is similar to a tattoo. Tricky detail to see, though. The second magical face is also somewhat confusing, but I like it. Even if there's no explanation for that, I'm perfectly content with that. Yeah. It is kind of an interesting thing, right, between Melina and Ronnie, where the fact that both of them have a apparently missing, though not necessarily, but like a closed eye with some sort of marking over it, and you encounter both of them in the first hour or so, draws in and makes it immediately seem like, okay, there's a connection between these two. It really seems like, okay, there's something going on between these two, like, especially since this character has like a ghost face right there, like something's going on with those two. It turns out no. There's nothing going on between those, like there's no connection. They just both happen to have eyes closed. Or they both are missing an eye or something like that. Or at least if they do have a connection, it is not one that is in any way that we know anything about yet. Maybe DLC will do something with this. It is still really conspicuous as a detail. And feels like it's got to be intentional, but there's nothing else to it in lore now, the best we can find. And yeah, like in the frenzy ending, Melina opens her other eye and like has her, like, actually does have her eye there, apparently. I guess there are some connections loosely, right? Like they are both, so yeah, that like RT Cross pointed out a few good things here. Like both characters are dead and bodiless, inhabiting, like, I guess Melina's just a ghost hanging out with you. Ronnie is inhabiting a puppet body built for her. Both maybe have relation to Black Knives. I don't know. What's the Melina connection to Black Knives? That one feels a little bit less certain. Both know Torrent. That is true. And that is an interesting one as well. There's definitely a lot of mystery to Melina's history. I didn't mean to rhyme, but there is. That's true. Yeah, so yeah, like, I had forgotten some of those extra details, but yeah, there are some other... Oh, does she fight as a Black Knife assassin? That's right, you can summon her for some fight. Then she does kind of fight more assassin-like. It has like the Black Knife moveset, which that is interesting, and that seems very intentional as well. So like, there's like parallels and a lot of similarities and conspicuous overlap between the two, but nothing that directly relates them. There are things they have in common, and a conspicuous number of things that they have in common, but nothing that explicitly connects them or their goals or what they're doing at any point in the game as of the point we've entered the story. Nothing that I have seen. There's, like, you can draw connections in their history and similarities and stuff, but nothing, as of the point we meet them, they seem to have completely different goals and be about doing completely different things. And they don't seem to care about, like, what the other is doing one way or the other. I am wondering if there was meant to be more connection between them at one point. Well, we could wonder stuff about that all day, I guess, but...
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell
What a
of
great
the
voice, too.
Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk I surmise is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. Ah, as I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
Yay.
'Tis a bell
Dogs.
calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest.
Thank you for the bell.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
It's neat that her particle effect when she dissipates is actually affected by the wind in the area. I've never seen her, like, that effect go as, like, whoosh, as fast that way. That was neat. There are definitely a lot of gaps that DLC could cover. I'm kind of having a suspicion that, like, I've heard lots of folks' theories or guesses as for what story DLC will dive further into. I kind of have a suspicion that whatever From does with a DLC, it is not going to be something people are anticipating. It will fill gaps we don't realize are there. And, like, they will add context in ways that make the thing feel more complete overall. While also still probably answering some additional questions. Like, in retrospect, with, like, the old Hunters DLC for Bloodborne, I would not have at all guessed or predicted from the Bloodborne base game that is what DLC would expand to cover. It does, like, cast a lot more light on lots of elements of the base game in that DLC, but the questions it goes on to answer and the additional information it provides is not just filling gaps that felt like unexplored or like insufficiently covered or where we had incomplete information from before. It's adding a lot more information that we didn't even realize we were missing, and also giving a little more context to some stuff we knew about. I feel like a lot of the DLC for FromSoft games is like that. And it's also, like, I'm trying to think of a situation where story DLC for a FromSoft game wasn't the best content in that game. I guess 3. I don't feel like... I like a lot of stuff in the DLC, but I don't feel like... Well... I feel like in Dark Souls 1 DLC is some of the best of Dark Souls 1. For sure. It's great. Dark Souls 2 is, like, completed by that DLC. Like, the Dark Souls 2 DLC is not only some of the best Dark Souls 2 there is, Dark Souls 2's DLC elevates the entire game. It's like a multiplier for how well Dark Souls 2 as a complete thing works. It elevates the base game so much. Dark Souls 3, I really like the short story of the painting that it adds. I like that a lot. And I really like the Sister Frida boss fight. And like, there's lots of individual elements I like about it, but I don't find any, like... A lot of it can kind of be a chore to play through, though. Especially Ring City's difficulty level is just a bit much. I'm a little sad Sekiro never got story DLC as well. But yeah, like the Old Hunters DLC for Bloodborne is so good and adds so much. As good as Elden Ring has been, I cannot wait to see what they do for DLC for this. I'm so excited for that. Yeah, I would like to see something done with those empty arena buildings, the Colosseums everywhere too. Even if it is just like PvP stuff. I agree. They're another thing that feels like really weirdly conspicuous, just as these big prominent buildings that you can't even go inside. Like even if you could just go inside and they didn't have anything inside and it was just ruins and there's like some items you could pick up, then it'd be like, oh, okay, it's just a part of the world's history. That's fine. The fact that they're closed and you can't even go inside the darn things in any way feels really suspicious. Like something needs to happen there. Even if they just let us get inside and it's some items and it's fine. Or a good PvP spot. That's fine too. I don't need it to be lore focused. Just open that little mystery box, let us in, so we can move on with our lives. Oh yeah, I do like that Caulifla is asleep during Ronnie's arrival. I like to think that Ronnie basically like just cast a spell, like put him to sleep while she was there, so she could have her little private one-on-one with you, and then peace out. It's so good. I'm gonna take advantage of that stretch reminder I got a little while ago. I appreciate, like, I know there's a cooldown for how often y'all can do the hydrate and stretch things, but sometimes when you use them, I don't like need it at that exact moment, but I just keep it handy in my pocket so that like when I do feel like, okay, now I actually do need to stretch. Let's do this. Thank you for that. It's not like I'm not allowed to stretch when you haven't told me to. It's just, even so. Yeah, I'm predicting, if anything, PvP area. But then I don't know why you need 3 different PvP areas. I guess you could like make them be, it could just be different settings, just different visual places to have your PvP fights in. At different stages of the game, so like different stages of difficulty or character level or whatever. Maybe faction-based, that could be something. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, like different kinds, like 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. That could be interesting too. Buying the torch might have been a good idea too. We'll be fine. Hello. Hello. No. Dog, please. Larger dog. Please, dog. Where was the other one? You. Stop it. Thank you. God, it's a crackpot. I do like, also, by the way, I'm wanting to, on my second playthrough, I want to pay a lot more, even more environmental attention to like context stuff, because I don't think I was like noticing enough in caves how like there are a bunch of Godric soldier corpses in here. Like they set up camp. They've clearly been like patrolling and kind of like trying to maintain control over this area. And they clearly, some of them kind of like tried to set up a little camp inside here, not realizing this was a den. And that literally came back to bite them. Even in these, like, sort of reusable format type dungeony areas, they're doing environmental storytelling. And this makes so much more sense now. Finding, like, I love what this in retrospect means. Finding a Beastman of Farum Azula down here. Once you're putting all the pieces together, it's like, oh, there's all these crumbled pieces of Farum Azula outside that fell down here. This fell down with one of those and has been stuck down here and just went and hid in a cave. And it's just been living in here. This thing probably also is why there's a bunch of dead Godric soldiers around. It's killed any that came in looking for it. You got more poison, I thought. Chill music doesn't quite fit the boss fight vibe as much, I suppose. Ah, I rolled just a little too early. That was better. Don't yell at me. I guess I could bring wolves in. I don't think I equipped it on a hotbar, though. I'll do it later. Yeah. I rolled way too early. Yeah. You swing that so much. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh, and it even gives you a talisman that's dragon relevant, which kind of makes a kind of sense as well. Yeah, there's like a bunch of Godric Knights dead in here. It feels like either Godric Knights tried to set up camp in here, which the fires outside there kind of suggest and like reinforce a little bit, or the Farum Azula beast has been like just picking off knights every now and then just for food to bring in here. There are a lot of bones in here. It's been having to make do for a while. Ooh, hang on. So, something I wanted to mention during a playthrough. Check out the area around Garonk's place. You can drop down and there's a dagger and a talisman to find. Oh, neat. I don't know if I can get to the other side of Caelid today, but next time I'm in town, I'll go have a look. Oh, did the Beastman duo and Caelid drop the +2 version? Oh, that's awesome. What a cool little connection. A tiny one. That's true. I could take the teleporter near the Marika Church. Okay, well, we could maybe reach that then. Yeah, good thought. All right, that might work. We'll have to actually start moving, though, instead of whatever it is I've been doing. Hang on, let me get a few more levels, or one more at least. Start getting a bit more dexterity so we can use the Beaker Sword. Nope. Hello. Hey! Luke Roletto, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're playing Elden Ring some more. We're not tired of it yet. For some reason. There's not a lot of games that I could put 160 hours into, finish, and then be like, man, I kind of want to start again. But we're talking like, this is sort of a retrospective chat stream, by the way. For the folks who just came over for the raid, we are like talking all spoilers. This is spoiler full, so if you're not wanting any Elden Ring spoilers, now's a great time to bail. Just wanted to give you the warning. But if you're all caught up or don't care about being spoiled, then welcome and hop in. Hey, Luke, what were you playing before you came over? Kingdom Hearts. Fine choice. I feel like I could go for another proper Kingdom Hearts now. I've had enough time. Alas, I'm stuck recording Dark Road, which is not a proper Kingdom Hearts game, I'm sad to say. It's not even a good idle game. I like idle games. As a person who is way too busy, like, idle games are, I find them great fun to have, like, I like having an idle game going on the phone or in a tab or something. So I enjoy those a lot. It's not a good idle game, though. How am I feeling about Final Fantasy 16? Extremely excited. Like, truly dumbass statements from the director, who I otherwise like notwithstanding. Final Fantasy 16 looks really awesome, and I am very excited for it. I think anybody who's been playing Final Fantasy 14 and gotten far enough in to realize how good that story gets is looking at all the trailers for 16 and seeing, like, and seeing a lot of familiar elements and, like, are rubbing their hands greedily like, yes, I can't wait. That's how I feel. Yoshi P did not give a very good answer when asked why every single character that we've seen from 16 is white. It was unfortunate. It boils down to the same kind of, like, hand-wavy excuse as he's the producer of, sorry, not the director, he's the producer of the game, gave the same kind of answer that a lot of studios who are setting their game in a medieval fantasy tend to give, where they're, like, saying they're trying to be, like appeals to some sort of realism, even though that realism is also not accurate. But, like, it was a entirely too verbose non-answer. Honestly, a not answer would have been probably better than trying to actually rationalize. I understand the trying to, the way he expressed it was a bit more of like there's a lot of elements to the specific things he said that, divorced from the context of, if he weren't answering the question, why is it all white people in the trailer, I think actually would have been, like, I can understand. He was wanting to say that, like, okay, this story that we're telling with 16 it's not like 14 where, like, this is an entire huge whole world. This is happening in a smaller kind of, like, nation location. This is like, there's going to be a smaller subset of people here than exist in the entire world that this story takes place in. This is just happening in a country. A fine statement and choice and point to make, unless that's the reason you're giving for why it's all white people in your game. Then less good. I also understand if it's also not a good answer, but, like, one of the other rationalizations, which is, like, not a good reason, but I, like, okay, I get why you are giving that answer, is I think it feels like, is sort of like the fear of representing poorly, and then, like, as a result, making the mistake of thinking that not representing at all is somehow better. It's not a great answer, and I am, like, I like Yoshi P, but that was pretty embarrassing to read. But even so, despite that, I am looking forward to 16. I think the folks who are at the reins creatively on that project are the people who have created some of the best Final Fantasy stories and content in the last decade. So I think we're in for a treat. Despite that very bad interview. I hope he he deserves the mockery he's getting for that interview, and I hope it's a learning experience for him. He seems to me like I don't know him obviously, but he seems to me like the sort of person who would be willing to learn from events and mistakes like these, and I hope he does. But ooh, yeah. Okay, so Foolish Genius here. Yeah, let's talk about more fun things. Good idle games. Foolish Genius recommends Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. I agree. That's actually... So that one... That's one of the ones that I got into most, and it's I think still one of my favorite ones. I can't remember, like... It's been a bit since I played it, so I don't remember the monetization model on it super well. Part of the problem for a lot of idle games is that since like the entire appeal of that genre is just like slow progression that doesn't require constant supervision and micromanagement from you, but you are slowly progressing even when you're not playing, and that's fun. But because that feeling of progression and getting stronger and further is the whole appeal, it's really easy to build some manipulative monetization around that desire. Some games handle that well. Like a game's got to make money, sure, and that's fine. So I've played some games which were free, but you can spend some money that will get you some upgrades sooner that can help you move a little faster. And then once you bought those upgrades, you have them, and then they're not really going to ask for much more money past then. And that, like, I'm totally fine with that. I will happily, especially if it's a fun game anyway, I will give them that money gladly. Some games get really like unconscionably money grubby about it. A lot of them do, unfortunately, and it sucks. But Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms was a cool one because it's got... There's a lot more like strategizing to it than a lot of them have. Like you're like acquiring characters and getting them equipment and putting them in formation so that your kind of like party and team comp works well together. Like there's a lot about Idle Champions that I really like design-wise. They added a season pass recently. I'm like, okay, a season pass can be done perfectly well. Especially for an idle game, it feels like. Yeah, Diablo Immortal's pretty heinous. There's another, like one of the idle games that I've been playing more recently is called... What was it called? Hang on. Tap Titans. Tap Titans 2 specifically is a phone game. I don't recommend it. Like, I've enjoyed the idle game aspect of it. I've played it off and on for a year or so. It is money grubby as heck, which bums me out. Oh, is Loop Hero kind of like a semi-idle game? I've been meaning to dip into that. I didn't realize there were like idle game aspects to it. That makes me more interested, weirdly. I am sad that Tap Titans is so like money grubby with the monetization. Because like I would happily give them money. Like I've had a good time with the game, but like they're just, they make stuff way too expensive, and it doesn't matter how much you spend, they're always like inviting you and trying to pressure you to spend way more, and that sucks. Oh goodness, I missed, like, someone did a subscribe for 2 months and had a comment, and I missed it like 9 minutes ago. My bad. I think I have a 400 plus hours logged in Elden Ring, and once I finish eating, I'm going to join my friend for some more. Oh, good. Celio Neko, thank you for the 2 months, and have fun with it. I expect to put in, over time, a comparable number of hours, I think. We need to get the whetstone knife up here, don't we? Can't just totally bail out of this. Dogs. I choose you. There's something still very funny to me about the lone wolves being a group of 3. Yeah. A little reckless of me, perhaps. Get him, dogs. Yeah, this guy was the first. That night was the first guy to kill me on my Zuriel character too, and a few times because like that was the guy who was really like testing my two-handing, like my two scimitars build, no shield setup, like trying to figure out how do I fight a heavily armored shielded enemy. Like I'm being really aggressive and going in and just killing the other guys, all of my enemies faster than they can hit me. Has worked so far. It does not work on this guy. He's blocking too much. He's got too, like, how do I handle this? And I still don't feel like I've handled it very well. Like, I need to figure out how does my no shield Dex character navigate that strategically. Sorry, I just scrolled up in chat a second, just enough to see someone say Vampire Survivors is on Game Pass now, so I blame you. So now I too blame you. Sorry, not sorry. I hope you're having a grand time. I actually opened HoloCure just for a quick run earlier this morning, just for funsies, just kind of on whim. And actually beat the hard mode for the first time, like the stage 1 hard. Never pulled that off before. I've been seeing occasional little tweets from KU about updates to the game that they're working on. I'm excited for whenever the next update happens. Oh, you're not a friendly ghost dog. My friendly ghost dogs are gone. Yeah, HoloCure is really good. I think ultimately I've come down on liking HoloCure more than Vampire Survivors. They're both great, but having a bunch of different characters with completely different skills and abilities to master is, like, that's appealing to me. I like that. Like, it's true also in Vampire Survivors, but less so. Hey, dog. I guess I should grab the flail. Like, I'm not going to use it, but I'll grab it. Oh, I grabbed it already. Good for me. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, was a skeleton not unlocking for you? I got stuck 12 to 14 minutes for ages when just one more run I'd gotten to 30 earlier where I couldn't get hit, let alone die. I can't remember how does Mortatio unlock the skeleton in Vampire Survivors? Oh, we've been raided again. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, Jesse Phoenix Art. We're playing Elden Ring, kind of. We're mostly just sort of chatting and talking about Elden Ring lore. Spoiler-filled, by the way, so like if you don't want any Elden Ring spoilers, it's probably best to duck out. But if you don't mind talking Elden Ring lore and whatnot, then welcome, join us. Let's see here. Need dexterity for bigger sword. Counterintuitively. So, okay, so if you get 500 skeleton kills, but he disappeared from the selection screen after the first time, a patch will be fixed, hopefully. Oh, so it's just a bug in the game. That's a bummer. Sorry that happened, because yeah, Disco Skeleton, well, I guess he's not always Disco Skeleton, but he can become Disco Skeleton. There's Disco Skeleton potential in Mortaccio, and it's a very fun, one of my favorite of the Vampire Survivors characters I've played. But yeah, on the whole, I think there's not enough different between characters in Vampire Survivors for me, and I love how different the, how different all of the Holocure ones are. I do wish there were more stages. There only being 2 stages and one harder version of stage of one of them is like, that's where it feels like the content's most lacking right now. I'm hoping that the next update starts like addressing that. Did I grab the map? I don't think I did. That's silly. And now they've all respawned. I'm a fool. Boy, as much stuff as I miss and get distracted from when I'm fully paying attention, if I'm actually, like, talking with chat and whatnot at the same time, I am extremely ineffective. Don't toot. Is Elden Ring co-op going to be on PC or PlayStation? Most likely PC. Yeah, most likely PC. I can't guarantee that, but I expect that's where it'll happen. What? No. Oh goodness, I haven't put I haven't put torrent on the hotkey where I want them. That needs rectifying. I do know about the seamless multiplayer mod, and that's one Dan and I are definitely looking into, but like the one thing that is an issue around that is that invasions don't work in it, which means no Dan hunting, and that would kind of suck. So we're hoping, like we're not getting to co-op Elden Ring for a while probably, we're hoping that over the course of like that delay, maybe that like invasion gets implemented somehow. Maybe that's not possible. I don't know. I don't know how they pulled it off in the first place. But if it is possible, I hope they can make it work, because then that sounds like the best, like best of both worlds. I suspect if invasions don't work in that mod, by the time we get to it, we'll probably just do vanilla, and we'll just keep resummoning as much as we have to, which is fine. Like, it's a little less convenient, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, we haven't done co-op Demon Souls Remastered yet either. I'm not sure. Like, maybe we'll do that first? It depends. We could also just save that one for later. I don't know. Like, I was originally thinking we were definitely going to do Demon Souls Remastered first. But, as it is, like, we're both, like, Elden Ring's the new hotness right now, and we're both, like, having the most fun with it right now, so I don't know. We'll see. I guess Demon Souls Remastered also wouldn't take very long, probably, right? Like, it's pretty short. Relatively. Yeah, no, that I too cannot wait for playing Elden Ring with Dan. That is going to be so fun. Like, fortunately for the way Dan and I would probably play, like, I'm assuming, like, we'd have to resummon constantly, because, like, we'd keep on leaving, like, anytime we went to a new zone, whatever the game calls a new zone, we'd probably have to resummon. But at least, like, us playing co-op, we're gonna be sticking together pretty much all the time. So we wouldn't be wanting to go, like, wandering off into entirely new, like, totally separate directions or anything. So it'll be inconvenient, but we'll be fine. I have been wanting to see that Demon Souls remake, though. I haven't actually played it yet. Just because I figured at some point Dan and I are going to. And it probably wouldn't take too long. Especially with co-op. Because Demon Souls is relatively easier. That is true. Regin, that like every cave in Elden Ring is effectively a new zone. That said, I don't know how many caves we do. So like I wouldn't be surprised if Dan and I doing Elden Ring, if he and I did smaller stuff, a lot of the smaller stuff like individual catacombs and caves and stuff solo on our off time to like get gear and stuff for our builds, and that if we like stuck more to the main golden path on camera. Possibly. I don't know. We'd have to see. Because like we're not doing a full like thorough playthrough of Elden Ring co-op. That would take years, literal years. And I think we'd get tired of it. Like I think it would get old, honestly, drawn out that long. So I think more likely would be whenever we're playing recording co-op, we are progressing, like moving the story forward, going to legacy dungeons, going to the big cool places, and maybe some of like the catacombs and caves that are like especially cool that we want to include. But and then off camera, he and I can like run around, grab stuff from various places to get our builds right, and to do all that supplemental stuff. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, before we continue, I need to make some more coffee. So let's do like a little BRB. I'm gonna hit the hydrate first because I was told to. And I'm good at following instructions. But then I'm gonna go make some coffee real fast. So like if anyone needs to go like grab a snack or a bathroom break or whatever, now's gonna be a great time. I'm gonna switch to the BRB screen here. And I'm gonna hit the little ad button as well. Just gonna run a little 1 minute ad. So when I return, we will figure out where we're running off to get levels and grow our character and look at neat little lore things again. If you have any ideas, let me know when I get back, okay? All right, running ad, getting coffee. BRB. Ah, that's better. Ooh, and let's come back on screen again real fast. Because look at that nice sunset or sunrise, not sure which. What a pretty game. Nobody does the mixture of, like, beautiful, melancholy, horrific, haunting, like, dignified, like, it's just this, a real specific vibe that FromSoft does impeccably in a variety of ways, and no one else, like, can nail that exact vibe the way they can. And their games are, like, never top of the line in terms of, like, graphics tech, but the art direction is so phenomenal, it does not matter. This game is going to look great 20 years from now. Like, it looks good now, and it's still going to look great later. And also, coffee's good. Hey, thanks for the 2 months, Ezra Ordinary. Let's see here. Maybe we should, in order to be able to, like, increase our available options a good bit, maybe we should, like, fast track to some early important item grabs, like
You there. Could you
well,
help us out, Cully?
okay, first things first. Come on.
Yeah, you there.
I hear you, buddy.
Stop pretending you can't see me.
Buddy. Take horse damage. Oh, fine.
What'd you go and do that for?
Is there any way in the world you could convince me to play the old Kingsfield games? You know, I'm not opposed to that. It could be really interesting seeing, like, FromSoft has been around for such a long time. So much longer than just the Souls games. And the Kingsfield is kind of like the ancestor of what that became what we see today. There's like a direct line of lineage from Kingsfield to Elden Ring. I am curious. I don't own any of them. I'd have to figure out how to get a hold of them. 1994. Yowza. I'd have to figure out how to get a hold of them, but I'm not opposed to that.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you.
You hope the rumor that From is making a new Armored Core game are new? Didn't they? Is that just a rumor? I thought that was announced at some point.
Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree.
Maybe it is still just a rumor.
Really?
But yeah, I've not played any of the old Armored Core games, but I would be fascinated to see what today FromSoft, like what kind of Armored Core game is today's FromSoft going to make. I'm way curious about that. See you, Leung Nui. Thanks for joining.
Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned.
Since a new Sonic has come out, will you be taking a look at the new animation? It's a great showing for Sonic in 3D. Yes, I am doing a one-off, not this week, but next, with Sonic Frontiers. And I've had, like, lots of people asking me to do a follow-up video about the animation in it. But honestly, I don't think I can't think of anything to say, because it really is... It doesn't, like... I've not seen anything that really moves the needle in either direction. It's a lot like Sonic Forces in that it's just like, it is competent. The animation works fine. It's not really an improvement, but it's not a backslide either. It's more of the same.
Right.
I am impressed. Like, I don't think what I saw of the game, like, I only played for like an hour and I was I was wrong playing effectively, not intentionally, but I just couldn't help myself, so I didn't really get very far. I don't think I'm kind of lukewarm on the game itself, but I expected way worse, honestly. So I'm kind of impressed because my expectations were super low. What about Jak and Daxter? I know you've briefly mentioned it before, but could we get a full video on the series' animation? Possibly. At this point, I did kind of sort of make one. Where was that? I've sort of made a Jak and Daxter video in the past indirectly. So this is gonna be difficult to explain, but on New Frame Plus, I have a video about the animation principle squash and stretch, and I do talk about Jak and Daxter in that one some. That was not the first iteration of that squash and stretch video. It's actually been through a couple different versions released in different places. On the extra credit, was it extra credits or was it another one? I think on Playframe, I had done a few videos of Let's Play of Jak and Daxter that were sort of effectively a attempt at live play creating that 12 principles conversation video type thing. I played a little bit of Jak and Daxter, analyzed this animation some, and also talked about the squash and stretch principle. It was sort of like an early version of that, trying to do it all at once. And I eventually kind of found that, trying to do this live as a Let's Play is just messy. I should either do a Let's Play of this, or I should make a video talking about squash and stretch, this principle, and diving deep into it. So the version that's on New Frame Plus now is a sort of second pass, better polished, much more fleshed out version. So I've kind of made, not a New Frame Plus video about Jak and Daxter animation, but I've talked about it at length on what's now Playframe in one of the older videos on the channel. At this point, I could for New Frame Plus, but it's just Jak and Daxter doesn't seem all that relevant anymore, sadly. It's a very impressive showing for its time. But at this point, if you're just talking about the cool things that Jak and Daxter has in it, it's hard to think of a good reason to do that video instead of one of the many others that I could do that's probably of interest to a wider group of people at this point, I would think. I would kind of be amazed if Naughty Dog revisits Jak and Daxter. If we see more Jak and Daxter, I think it would be a case where Naughty Dog brings in another developer to do it. I think modern Naughty Dog is built for a very as a team and studio is built for developing a very different kind of game. I'm sure they could make a great Jak and Daxter game if they wanted to, but I just don't know if I don't really know if that's what the studio is anymore. That was a long time ago. I really don't want to fight this guy. I don't think I will. Have I had a chance to check out lore videos yet? I have, yes. I've watched pretty much all of Vati's stuff. Most of it. And a handful of others. I listed them off earlier in the stream, but I've watched a Noah Gervais video, which is phenomenal. And a lot of Zully the Witch's stuff, not all of it yet, though. A couple of Smotown videos. I need to watch more of those. And there's a couple other creators I want to look into as well. It's a big game with just a lot of stuff in it to cover and talk about. So I feel like the Souls lore community and creators are going to be picking this one clean for a long time. And DLC is only going to add to that. Run, Torrent. Run. Run until the health bar goes away. It has to eventually. There we go. Ghost, I don't remember you. Sweet sapling of glorious gold as your crystal teardrop ripened. I don't think I found this guy before. I don't think that they haven't announced a DLC for Elden Ring yet, but it's pretty much like there's no way it's not happening. Now it's just a question of what that DLC ends up being and when. And there may be more than one as well. Like a game that performs this well. There's no way they don't release some make some DLC to sell for this. There's just no way. I guess you shouldn't have accidentally selected new game. Well, if it's any consolation, my understanding is that if you're like, especially if you were pretty thorough in your first playthrough, you're going to be pretty far ahead of the power curve on a new game plus run. You will be, and you don't have to go to, like, most of the catacombs and lots of things are just like the rewards in there are all things you already have, so you don't really need more of them. If you're just kind of gunning it down the golden path, you can beat Elden Ring pretty fast, I think. Like, I think in Noah Gervais' video, and he describes himself as not good at these games at all. Like, even he was saying, like, second playthrough, the game was in, like, 20-something hours. Third one was, like, 10. Yeah, like, there will be more Elden Ring for sure. Like, I would be content if FromSoft did not make another Elden Ring, if they just made another new game that is also an open world. Like, Elden Ring being a new property and IP allows, like, frees them from any constraints of things they've created before and lets them just tell new stories. And I'd be down for that, honestly, if just, like, the design of this kind of game was just carried forward into a new IP. That'd be fine. But, this game did bonkers well. Bandai Namco is going to want more Elden Ring to happen. They're going to pay to make more Elden Ring happen. And it's a big new world with lots of story potential, so I think an Elden Ring 2 and lots of DLC for both would be great and is almost guaranteed. And, like, this will get DLC of some sort. There's not really precedent for FromSoft making a game that does not get DLC. Even Sekiro got DLC. It was way later, and it was just, like, some gameplay stuff mostly. But even Sekiro got DLC. And this is their best-selling one yet. Like, it's getting it. And I look forward to it, because DLC is also, historically, the best content in any given FromSoft game. I already said all this earlier in the stream, but it remains true. Oh, Kenneth.
Well,
that's very kind, but no. The help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood. What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward. Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
Kenneth.
Yes. Now, allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot are obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you for the sake of grafting. Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage. Though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it.
What a savage dunking. I'd not really fully recognized my first time through just how much, like, I remembered Kenneth dunking on Godric, but, like, kind of everything dunks on Godric. Like, everything and everyone dunks on Godric and hates Godric in Limgrave. As well they should. Because it's, like, all the context clues you can kind of read around what's going on in Limgrave does all seem to point to, does Godric really sucks? Let's run out to this chapel so we can get a tier. No, this one's the flask, isn't it? Of Wondrous Physic. Also good. There's also the map's in the woods, right? Near the bears, isn't it? Oh, this has both, I guess. Wondrous Physic and a tier. I'll take it. Also some lore chat.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you. Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
So that seems to be Marika speaking to Godfrey and the Tarnished, saying, like, okay, like, that's basically saying our backstory. Marika saying, Godfrey, I divest thee and thy warriors of thy grace. You will leave the lands between. You'll go. You will die. Because people don't die here. But, yeah, and with the expectation that later I'll return the gift, you will come back stronger than ever. Yeah. Very good. Also, I should do this because I'm not using FP for anything right now.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand
If I have enough. I don't think I have enough.
for but a moment. Share them with me.
Nope. So let's go see if we can pay Garank an early visit and not get murdered. What if the DLC is just a motorcycle to replace Torrent like Nintendo did with Breath of the Wild? That would be something. Seems pretty unlikely. And, like, tonally, obviously not what they would do, but also, Elden Ring doesn't need it. Breath of the Wild kinda did. Like, the motorcycle is like a fun addition, but it's also a band-aid fix over the fact that horses are completely untenable in Breath of the Wild. They put so much effort and work into developing horses and horse animation and riding and all that stuff, but horses make no sense as a like to use in Breath of the Wild the way they're implemented, which is unfortunate. Like, you've got the glider, you've got teleporting, and if you teleport like and leave your horse somewhere, the horse stays where it was. Like, if the horse came with you, if you could just like Assassin's Creed style whistle, your horse is there, you mount the horse, you're good, or like Torrent or whatever else, then Breath of the Wild horses would work and you'd use them. But since you actually have to like keep track of where your horse is and manually stable them, and also they can die, and like if you are reckless, like there's just so much, like having a horse is so much less convenient than not having a horse. So it's just like, why do it? Oh, they added special teleporting horse armor in one of the DLCs? Good. Like, but yeah, like these are like band-aid fixes to a system that did not work as implemented. I'm glad they fixed it. Like, whether it's the horse armor or the motorcycle, both good solutions. Like, I'm glad they took some steps to make the horses more usable, because, like, they put a lot of effort into those systems, and, like, the horses are cool. I want them to be more useful. Hello. Okay, well, let's see. Where is this place that I could supposedly drop off and find things? I don't know if it's inside or it might be outside. It's behind the temple? Oh, so like outside. Oh, okay. Let's see. Careful. Yeah, there is some stuff back there. A little scared to drop that far, but... that might be the option. That's a scary length of dropping to do. There is a better spot to the west. Okay, to the west. West. This way. Okay, yeah, this is looking more reasonable. Okay, yeah, this is looking a little better. Yep. Careful. Yeah. And then another small branch there, or this looks a little bit easier. Yeah. Uh-oh. We'll have to try that again. No, I definitely did not find this in my first playthrough. I was not aware it was back here. It's cool though. I'm curious now. I want to see what was hiding back here this whole time. I think this way will be faster. So there you are. Okay. There we go. Yep. All right. This still might not be the smart direction to be dropping, but it's the one I've chosen. Here we are. Woo! All right, we're here. Cool. This is quite hidden back here. Where are my shinies? Wait. Huh. Sanctuary stone. Okay. Is it further down? Is there more down? I guess there's like platforms like these. More down needed. Gotcha. Okay. Let's look for our options. North end of Dragon Barrow, you can get a shortcut near the third church. You find out about it with Dee's quest. Oh, interesting. Right, yeah, that teleporter thing we did before. All of these are pretty similar, and maybe they all potentially lead to... Okay, yeah, so I could jump to any one of these and then across. Okay, I see. Yep. There we go. Hey, bats. This one might sting a little. No, we're fine, but you're probably pretty strong. Oh, yeah, you're a little chunky. As a Kaled bat. Whew. Good runes, though. Have I heard about the hidden... okay. More bats. Hold on. Okay. Alas, if only they had been gifted the power of flight. What are the goals today? No huge ones. I mean, mostly like we're mostly here to chat, and I'm just kind of playing just to see, like, in running around, do we find more interesting lore relevant prompts to talk about? Although, these bats suck. Although we are here in a location that I didn't find in my playthrough behind Garank's chapel that chat pointed me to, and that's pretty cool. I guess maybe there's more down from here. There is more? Okay. Good to have confirmation before I jump out into the relatively unknown. Okay. Alright. That's fine. We can do this too. I was going to leave you be, but if you just want to go ahead and jump off a cliff like your brethren, by all means. Thanks for the runes. Okay. Whoop. There is more down, huh? Wow. It's a lot of down. Nope. I might actually feel safer with Torrent. Should be fine for this part. I like having that double jump. Yeah, actually, Torrent would have been smart. I do have Cotton there, that's true. We can use the Cotton or two I picked up. Torrent would have been smart, though, for the double jump to help. Take 3. There we go. And then this way. Good. This one. Good. And then we are more or less in business. Perfect. Then we can jump across to this. Very good. Ow, still hurts a little bit. Sorry, Torrent. Yeah, that double jump makes a lot of difference. Where did my runes end up? Probably on the way down here, huh? Yeah, it looks like it. Well, maybe further that way. Okay, not good. 2 at once is not what you want. If I can convince you to jump off a cliff, Bat, like your friends in the past, that'd be cool. There we go. This is just a fresh save. Yeah, no, we're not a New Game Plus here. We're actually on a different platform, too. This is on PC, as opposed to the PS5 we were on before. Okay, yeah, runes are down below here. All right. Cool, cool, cool. There they are. little higher up than I meant, Torrent. Thank you. There we go. It's nice having all those back this early on. Yeah. Nice. There we go. So how much more down have we got? This is the last one? Okay, good. It means I don't have to push my luck. Let's find out. Shinies. Ooh. Interesting. Sort of like bound beast. It's hard to tell. I don't think they're sculptures. They like seem sculpture-like, but it does seem like... They do seem sort of sculpture-like. I don't think they are. I think they are like actual just corpses of beasts bound here. This is interesting, though. I can't quite guess at the ramifications of this one. That is true. Farm Azula beast folk do like using their dead, integrating their dead into the architecture. That is a fine point. Huh. Sinkadea. A dagger. Interesting. A short sword given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula. Raises potency of bestial incantations. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. That's pretty cool. And yeah, it might have been, like, not good for my build, so therefore wouldn't have really helped with the incantations any, but, like... Yeah, for the right build, that could be quite a cool weapon to have found there. Are there any other shinies of note down here that I should keep looking for? Oh, is this the weapon Karank uses? Oh, that's cool. There is another shiny. Okay, alright. Is that further off this way, I assume? Come on, bat. Or jump off the cliff. I do know your kind seem to be way into that. I really love guard counters. I'm super glad that From has implemented a much easier to execute... Ooh, wow, that's quite good, huh? A much easier to execute parry, effectively. Like, the parry is still useful, especially for certain kinds of builds and against certain kinds of enemies, but I really appreciate having the guard counter as just sort of an easier version, less punishing version instead. They are wonderful. Yeah, those are 2 nice finds. I like it. I think I must have aggro somewhere or something, though, because I can't open my map at the moment. What bat sees me? Bats. Bats, if you want to fight, you gotta come down. I can't go up there for obvious reasons. Do I still think that Dan and I will be lucky enough to finish Dark Souls 3 by the end of the year? I think so. I think we've got that. Like, I think we'll have that pretty well handled. The big question mark that was like really going to potentially stand in the way of that would have been Midir, and we've handled, honestly, you know, we have beaten the game. We beat the game, and the rest of the episodes should be out before 2022's over. That playthrough has also lasted a long time, sort of. Mostly on account of servers being down for a lot of the year. Yeah, no additional bonfire Christmas trees, although it is wild that, like, this playthrough has been going since 2021. We had a whole Christmas episode, like, halfway through it, and now we're nearly to the holiday season again. Just now wrapping it up. Hey, Bats, do you think you could let me have a menu? Bats is... Hey. Yeah, maybe sneaking. Let's try sneaking. Like, sneak a little distance away or something. Like, to the edge out here. Oh, quitting out and reloading to D. That's a good idea. Let's try that. That should totally work for de-aggro. Good thinking. May the bats not notice us. Hey! Boy, we're a long way from where we're supposed to be. Let's go. What are some other early good grabs? The blood dagger thing? That's true. Like, not really for the more strengthy build my character goes for, but yeah, you can kill Grail. That's true for, like, you can kill Grail early on for a lot of runes. For a faith build, a fun early grab is the Holy Sword in the Catacomb under the, chat went too fast. Under the entrance to Lendel. You can get there if you run and get the medallion halves. That's quite a lot. What are we actually doing right now? I don't know. We're just kind of like screwing around. I figure like the more like quickly I can kind of advance the character, the more places we can get to if we want to. But we're mostly just chatting lore and goofing. Do I have any builds I'm thinking of to do co-op with Dan Jones? Not for sure. I've got like several ideas, but there's so many possibilities. I'm gonna warp out of here before bats notice me again. We'll just go here. Depending on how much I end up liking the sort of dexterity intelligence thing I'm dabbling in with my newer kind of like personal playthrough, I'd potentially be down for doing that in the co-op playthrough.
I've been testing you to determine if the Elden Ring would truly have you. If you
that is true. We could definitely mix up builds in that run as well, pretty easily.
And arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one
Did I have a favorite area?
I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place, of
Ooh, the
tarnished
hold.
champions,
Lovely.
guided by grace.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Shifra River is a pretty spectacular moment. I do like that place. The play of it's like fine, but like just as a location, pretty cool. Landell is great. Other favorites. Like all the Legacy Dungeon stuff is all top notch. I've enjoyed all that a great deal. Like there's not really any outright duds. It's all like varying degrees of really good. But I think the Shifra River as like a early revelation and discovery and just a beautiful place is something pretty special. I do like that a whole lot. What are your thoughts on the map effectiveness? Like, what would you have done differently? No, I think honestly, like, I think the Elden Ring map is pretty exquisite, like exquisitely designed. The way that it does not reveal to you the full scale of the world immediately, that it slowly expands as you like cover more ground, is a great touch to keep you from getting too intimidated early on. Because this is already, like, so densely packed, especially these early areas, that, like, feeling like I was spending 12 to 15 hours in this stretch of area while also being shown all the rest of the, like, 4 or 5 times bigger map that's concealed right now, like, at the same time would be really daunting. I do wish I think, like, the one only change I really would want them to make is removing the lines of grace after they're no longer relevant. Like, basically after the boss they're pointing to is beaten. That's pretty much it. Do I think there is a connection between the Round Table hold and the fortified manor in Landell, Royal Capital? Not like a literal direct tie, but yes, I do think that our Round Table hold we go to is based on that real place in the capital. I think the Round Table hold we go to is basically just we're in a little pocket dimension that the Two Fingers have created for themselves to continue to operate safely, because looking around the outside of the world, Two Fingers don't seem to be living very long out there anymore. This is probably the safest place they can manage to hide. It might literally be in, like, I don't think it has to literally be in the Erd tree. Like, even though it does catch fire when the Erd tree does as well. I could just as easily see it being like the Erd tree and the Two Fingers and all that being so, like, tied together that perhaps with the tree burning, by extension, this place the Fingers have created, the Round Table hold in this little pocket dimension, is also, like, kind of going with it. Like, that is my read on it. And I do like I was really hoping that when we did find the real Round Table hold location in Landell, I was pretty excited, but also, like, a little bit cautiously so, because I like, From has done this a couple of times now, this trick, and one time it was a great little revelatory moment that recontextualized our understanding of things. In Bloodborne, it was really good. And in Dark Souls 3, I was very, very frustrated with it. As a, like, it was hard to pinpoint exactly what we were supposed to take away from, like, what we were supposed to take away from that, the existence of the untended graves and the knowledge we were supposed to come away from. Like, I've certainly seen lots of theories around that, but none of them have felt like it's a pretty wide range of theories, none of which feel more likely than the other, and none of them really feel all that satisfactory to me. Maybe because none of them feel especially likely. It's just, that one feels a little too open-ended. But here I quite like this as well. Like, I don't have every bit of data, but it really only makes sense for our round table hold to exist as some sort of thing more comparable to the Hunter's Dream in Bloodborne, as a not real space that we are inhabiting. We can get there. It lives outside the map in no real geographical location that we can go to. We can't leave directly from here. We can't enter or exit this place physically. We have to warp here and warp away from it as well. So finding a place that looks like it but is actually real and in the real world sort of like further solidifies, hey, this is not a real place, like, geographically, that you are going to when you go to the Round Table Hold. And it fully makes sense that it is connected to sort of the Erd Tree, and that it would be something that the Fingers, or that the Fingers would have kind of, like, maybe created for themselves. You wish there was some hint as to what about the original Round Table Hold was important. I can go for that too. Like, I could easily believe that there isn't anything especially important about the Round Table Hold itself. It could be that it was just like just happened to be the location that the Fingers or whoever selected for creating kind of that new space for. Maybe it was a particularly good place for soldiers and warriors to gather and equip themselves or prepare or whatever. Like, maybe it was just happened to be a good kind of location to serve a lot of the basic functional needs that a location needed to. Like, I would be down for a more pointed hint as to why that location was important as well, or what significance it had before. Because, yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be, like, a place that's so important that you would make a pocket dimension of it, like, but the fact that a pocket dimension of it exists does make it sort of significant retroactively. Like, the Hunter's Workshop in Bloodborne, like, that first abandoned workshop, is pretty significant historically, and it's even more significant now because the dream is it's a dream imitation of it. So I certainly wouldn't mind more there, but at the very least, I feel like even without more additional detail, I can at least sort of understand, here's why there are 2 copies of this place. I can make some reasonable guesses as to why there's 2 copies of this place, and what finding the real version of this place is meant to kind of draw my attention toward more. That the Round Table Hold is not real, and that the fact that it catches fire when the tree does also has ramifications, even if you, like, one of several ramifications, and it really could be any one of them, but that like boils down to the same thing. This is a not real place with connection to the Erd Tree. Some items found there in the real world seem to indicate Tarnished were sent on quests from that hold by the 2 Fingers. And that would actually that honestly may be all the significance. That may be the 2 Fingers who we see in our Round Table Hold may have operated and lived in that original hold. That may have been their kind of like base of operations originally. And when it was no longer safe for them to do so, they created a little pocket dimension version of that space for themselves. And maybe that's the whole story. I think this is tangential to what we were talking about, but like, but it's sort of related because like a lot of the places where there are gaps in lore. Should I actually go somewhere? The places where there are gaps in lore in any one of these games, it's a large part of why these games are so appealing to a lot of people. But for a lot of folks, it can also be a point of frustration, either in general or in specific cases where it feels like something doesn't have enough of a satisfying answer where they want there to be one. And there's plenty of room for subjectivity on that. I think if I was to actually, one criticism of some of the way lore is delivered in Elden Ring that I've heard, and this was a Noah Gervais point that I think is actually really well observed. I think there are a few places where you can point to lack of information harming the narrative experience. And one example of that is when you are facing a big cool boss suddenly, or a big cool character suddenly where the story has not created enough context for why they are there and why this moment matters, and you can only try to piece that together retroactively. That is a case where like the sparse storytelling can kind of can rob a moment of the weight it could otherwise have carried. And this is a thing that FromSoft sometimes does really well. And I'm still just, because Noah Gervais made this point, I'm just borrowing all of his examples, but the build up to the Radahn fight is so good. We have like characters pointing to this big festival happening hours before we get to Redmane Castle. We get to Redmane Castle and we find out more. Everyone's gathered. There's like there's NPCs all around talking about this thing. They introduce like, here's why we're here. Here's what the Radahn Festival is about. Here's who Radahn is. This is what's kind of like going on. Now you're going to go down and fight that. And then you do, and it's a huge, amazing battle. That's all the better because like you don't know everything about Radahn. You actually don't. There's tons you don't know about Radahn. There's still tons on the margins that you don't understand and that is worth digging into and that you want to learn more about. But for the immediate sense of here's why I'm here and here's why I'm fighting this and here's why this is momentous or important or scary or cool, it's like they did a great job setting that up. And they set that up really well in, like, Sekiro has a more of a like directly delivered narrative, and any given big Sekiro fight tends to have that context also, and it's like they're better for that. And the case that the example that Noah uses, even though I think there's lots of cases you can point toward that for this as well, where their failure to set up that context kind of robs the moment of being, doesn't let the moment be as big as it should, is the Godfrey fight. Godfrey just kind of shows up out of nowhere at the end, says, I'm Horaloo, by the way, and you fight him, and then it's done. And it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, you're like, oh, okay, you can retroactively piece together, oh yeah, like Horaloo, that name's familiar. I kind of know roughly who you were. And Godfrey I've been hearing about as well. I don't really know why you're here. I definitely don't know why you're doing this weird, goofy wrestler persona thing. It's just like kind of out of the blue, and it doesn't feel like it has the setup the contextualization it needs to feel as momentous, as important as it probably should. Godric is set up really well too, I think. Like, Limgrave is just a big, huge landmass of exposition about who Godric is. You can look upon Godric's works and despair, not because they're impressive, but because it's like, gosh, this guy sucks. Everyone here is being taken advantage of, or pressed into service, or enslaved, or treated horribly. Like, nobody likes this guy. This whole, like, Godric sucks. And then you get up there and you, like, finally, you have a decent understanding of who Godric is in loose terms by the time you get there and fight him. And it's great. So, like, I think that there is something... I think there are cases where you can make a more, like, objective argument that there are some places where missing information is detrimental to the narrative experience. Not always. I don't think that's true across the board. I think the looser, more, like, the narrative styling that FromSoft takes, where it's more about the bigger thematic and poetic sense of narrative and experience of a place and world and story, is potent and cool and something they do very well, but it's not that they do it perfectly every time. And I think there's definitely room where you can point out it could be done better in some places. Yeah, Noah's stuff is so good. He's the reason you're pursuing journalism right now? Oh, wow, that's really cool. I bet he would be flattered as heck to hear that. Yeah, if you've not... I recommend him all the time, so you've probably heard me say it endlessly, but if you've not watched a Noah Gervais video before, I highly recommend doing so. They are long. They are very long travelogues, basically. But he's a very good writer. He's got a style of writing and analysis of games unlike anybody else who I've ever encountered. And he always, even with games that I don't like going in, he always talks about them and tackles them from a new angle that makes me appreciate them more. And games that I already love, he points out all kinds of new, interesting things about them that makes me appreciate them even more. He is so good. Oh, hang on. Here, I'll get you permissions here. MDH writes. Hold up. I've been meaning to try this out and make sure it works. There, you should be able to post links for the next couple of minutes. There you go. Okay. Yeah, that is a link to Noah's channel. They are long videos. Like, I've been increasingly getting into a lot of video essays that aren't even video essayists that don't really create video essays. They create video novels, basically. Videos that are between like 3 to even like 7 hours in length. They are like usually broken up into chapters. They're meant to be kind of like, you don't watch them all in one sitting, probably. You can, and sometimes I do, but like they are best sometimes like digested slowly. Action Button is another example of that. Like, Tim Rogers' work with Action Button has been one of my new favorites. Tim Rogers has made me care deeply about games I had never heard of before clicking on the videos Tim writes about. Like, and Tim has been like, I feel like watching Tim Rogers has made my writing better. I feel like I feel a lot of influence of Tim Rogers' Action Button stuff in my Final Fantasy IV video. So like I've really been getting into some of the more really long form video, like gaming video essayists out there. Not that I think everyone should pursue that kind of length, certainly not, but I highly recommend both Action Button and Noah Gervais. They are extremely sharp, very good writers, and yeah, like I can't praise them enough. I've been slowly digging through Tim's Boku no Natsuyasumi, I think is the title, video over the last several weeks. Again, another game I'd never heard of before. that I now actually care a lot about and would love to be able to experience someday. And I hear people argue sometimes, I'm really just rambling now, but I hear people argue sometimes that there is no reason to have a video essay be that long, that there's like no way you could not cut that down to something shorter. And I actually don't agree with them, because as someone who has now watched a good number of those, if you're watching something that long, and something that it's that long and written well, those can take you on a journey where they have enough time to fully help you experience and understand a perspective and context around a thing before then talking about a thing, and you feeling like there are points that Tim Rogers makes in some of these videos 5 hours in that if he made that same point at minute 90 would not land with me nearly as strong, because he has not had time to fully make me live in that headspace and framework and perspective on that game for as long as that time, and as with the thoroughness that he has. And I feel like I fully understand what he means with certain statements toward the end of those videos in ways that I would not have if he had been way more concise. Can you mention a non-gaming person who does great deep dives into geeky things? Sure. By all means. You may not be able to link to them right away, but H-Bomber Guy also does some great longer length stuff. That it's true. Like, there are definitely some videos, not all videos need to be as long as they are. There are a lot of people who have made very long videos where they could be shorter, for sure, and could be condensed. And a lot of New Frame Plus videos, I have tried very hard in the script phase to condense them and cut out stuff that does not need to be there. Foldable Human, Dan Olson, also phenomenal. Highly recommend. But I think Tim Rogers and Noah Gervais stuff both have, even there are some Noah Gervais videos that I think actually could be shorter, but not all of them. Tim Rogers stuff especially kind of made me realize sometimes spending a long time with a thing and being willing to ramble and go on tangents, those tangents that may not seem relevant in their time shape the experience going forward, and they can come back to suddenly become way more relevant down the line, and to feel vital later. I think Tim Rogers' videos have been showing me the value of tangents and letting yourself take time in a thing and get in depth if you need to. It's been very influential for me on this, in script writing for video essays. I love watching other people's video essays and learning from them. There's so many incredible video makers out there. All right, I think I've been missing some people's chats here while I've been rambling, though. Hold up, I'm gonna let me roll it back. Make sure I didn't miss anything super important here. Yeah, it is definitely, I recommend these creators to you, knowing that this is a huge investment of time, and I don't blame anyone for being man, I'm not sitting down and watching I'm not sitting down and watching 4 hours of this. I'm sure it's good. I just can't. And I get it. Listen, I don't have time for Critical Role. I can fully understand when someone doesn't have time to sit and watch a video novelist. I understand that is okay. You don't have to. I recommend them, and if you're down for it, I'd say do it because they're phenomenal. But I understand lacking time. Falco, your recommendations are also both Feek the Signifier and CJ the X are two of the best video essayists I've encountered in the last year. Very different creators, but like CJ the X is a revelation. They are a force of nature. They are way too sharp for their age and way too good at this. You prefer, so Tim Former prefers how things are made, behind the scenes type stuff more than retrospective types. And is there anything for that? If you're wanting that for Elden Ring specifically, I'd say that the Zoli the Witch videos are good because they get more into the kind of game data and how the game is constructed under the hood, which can be really interesting kind of from a game dev perspective. Apparently Illusory Wall gets into like kind of the data end of things on FromSoft games a lot as well, so those may be more to your personal interest. No clip documentaries are also like must watch, like, and they're not bonkers long. They can be long, but they are the best. They're some of the best documentaries on game development you will find anywhere. I finally caught up. I did it. And now I can hydrate, like Sunlight Scrub told me. That helps. Yeah, I like Super Bunny Hop and Errant Signal especially as well. I love how Errant Signal covers stuff that is often way off my radar. I really appreciate that. Super Bunny Hop does as well. Have I heard of TB Skyen? Yeah. I'm aware of TB Skyen. I've not watched a lot of TB's Skyen stuff, but I follow them on Twitter and I enjoy seeing them pop up now and then. And I like stuff I've seen. There's a video about Pokemon design that TB Skyen made at one point that I liked, that I like go back to now and then, that is in part informing a Pokemon script I want to one day do on New Frame Plus. Yeah, we'll have to get to Pokemon for that. Like, I'm prioritizing other games first because I'm wanting to actually finish them. Like, I want to finish Cult of the Lamb and Monster Hunter Rise. At least get into Sunbreak a little bit. We don't have to see all of Sunbreak, but just some of it. I need to do a little bit more play of... We've got our Final Fantasy script ROM hack prepped. I just need to get up to where we left off and be getting footage of this ROM hacked version. And then we'll be getting back to Final Fantasy V. After that, we can do a lot of things, but I'd like to get back into Pokemon. Oh, someone gave bits like 10 minutes ago. Gracious. Remember to take at least 30 minutes off the runtime of Noah's videos because that's him reading patron names at the end. That is true. That is true. They're always shorter than they seem for that reason. He reads all the patrons' names at the end, and he's got a lot of patrons, so that takes some time. Have I watched Ahoy's video on Monkey Island? I don't think so. You know, Ahoy might actually be a creator I'm not familiar with. It's familiar. So maybe like I've seen like one or two of their videos maybe, but maybe I'm not like subscribed or something. Gideon, how you doing?
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new Tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard.
You don't have to wear full armor in here, man. At least not with the helmet. I keep meaning to ask what Carrie's Twitch channel is so you can watch her play Minecraft if she streams it. Oh, she'll just stream it here. Sometimes, like, usually I'm the one streaming here, but Carrie does want to occasionally do just solo streams herself. So she'll be doing that right here. You are already following the correct place. Probably won't happen for at least a week or two. She's off at helping out at Desert Bus now. Her first shift was this morning. And she'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Pacific till noon. And pretty much for the rest of Desert Bus. Let's see, have I seen any of the People Play Games journalistic videos on the game industry? The People Make Games channel. Yes, they're fantastic. They are also another must follow. Like if you're wanting like some real proper, good, and very well made, engaging games journalism videos, digging into just sort of industry issues and stuff like that. People Make Games is some of the best to be had. They are top tier. Yeah, I'd be down for continuing Darkest Dungeon. In fact, I mean to someday, but I've got the to-do list is already kind of long, so I don't want to. That one may have to wait a little bit. So, Greybeard, your wife is making something for each of our cats, is she? I'm intrigued. That sounds very kind of her.
Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place. Newcomer.
I really love how, like, even within here and the folks at the round table hold, there's just such a wide disparity of people's allegiances and intentions and goals.
There's nothing left to say. Be at your leisure.
Hello.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth.
Honestly, this hat boy, we're all just kind of vibing, really.
The strength granted us by
I don't know how long I'll go, honestly.
and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a Tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace. You do? Wonderful news. Most Tarnished are blind to it these days. You are some
The YouTuber Hazel does some really good long-form dives into old, semi-forgotten anime, if I'm into that.
to learn an
That does sound pretty cool.
imitation of the two fingers.
I like people who dive into, like, niches and stuff where... like, about stuff and entertainment media that I probably wouldn't have encountered or found, and... I don't know, I can get into that kind of thing pretty well. This will all be good to have someday, but I'm not even aiming to, like, continue this run on this. I got a different character who is my... who I'm really actually playing on. This is just for
Golden Order shines
lore funsies. Who are these statues of, I wonder?
if we've met, I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. Those who live in death should be left well alone.
D, this music's really diminishing your gravitas, bud.
Among their number, unless you wish to lay down your life in vain.
D, I wish there was more to you.
You've met Garank, I take it. Then owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
Thank you for the hydration reminder. Ah. Good to be reminded now and then.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Welcome, Shingraf. We have discussed a little bit. Well, I guess we haven't said explicitly what is happening now that Elden Ring is done on the channel, but I mean, we'll all find out tomorrow, right? Patrons already know, but everyone else will find out tomorrow, and I've been enjoying it immensely. It has been so fun. It's going to be like a perfect palate cleanser, I think. I think I've got kind of like I've loosely got the next 3 or 4 games for the channel figured out. And it's mostly shorter ones for a bit. I probably won't do like another longer, like 30, 40 hour game. Even that feels short after Elden Ring, but probably won't do another like 34-hour game until like the new year. And I'm kind of up in the air between currently whether God of War Ragnarok or Pokemon Scarlet should be that game. When I get there, maybe there will be a third contender by that time. Who knows? But we did a poll earlier, and chat voted Pokemon won. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be the one. We'll see. Any chance of Inscription? Someday, definitely. Not like soon, though. I don't think.
Hello.
There is also a Horizon sequel. I do want to get to that at some point.
Just call me Dialos.
I'm not feeling any huge rush though, partly because I know there will be DLC, I'm sure there will be. And 2, like I feel like
She's my servant.
I feel like most of the impressions I heard from folks were that yeah, that was pretty good. But like it didn't sound like anyone was really blown away by it.
Please be sure to tell me.
Yeah, no, I feel like I want to do the Hex before I do Inscription. So like maybe that'll be a thing we do just kind of for the next couple of Octobers or something, if schedule permits.
You're a new face. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Hey, I do have enough to upgrade a thing. Not quite enough to use the sword yet, but this is Elise's weapon.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it.
So Hugh is a misbegotten, which I'd not really pinned down before, but yeah, like Hugh is a misbegotten.
No, don't read too much into it. Well, no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Yeah, I am currently, Shingraf, I am playing Elden Ring on PC currently, and yeah, on my, like, the new character I've started up to, like, casually dabble in, with another run is on PC as well, so. And on the Dan Souls group password and all that, just like before. I don't know how much I'll be playing. Like, I've got a lot of stuff I both need to play and want to play, and so finding room for another 100 plus playthrough. I don't expect I'll get super far before I get distracted, but that's like, I've been dipping in and out and trying to, like, trying out a more dexterity-based start just for funsies, and it has been fun.
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fear. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a
In
child.
hindsight, the whole Marika business, Hugh being here is interesting because going by the stuff he says, Marika locked him up here to forge weapons for Tarnished with the intent of it one day resulting in a blade that could fell a god. It does really feel like Marika was planting a lot of seeds to try to get the, like, Golden Order, like, ultimately overthrown. Just imprisoning a misbegotten, having them make weapons for those who would be coming to who would later be coming to become the new Elden Lord. Seems sketch.
My thanks, great champion.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like Marika, to some extent, at some point, was taking actions to sabotage the Golden Order and fight back and fight against the Greater Will.
I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
To some degree. It's hard to know exactly which, like, what the timeline on that is, or which, what all moves were intentional Marika choices and what were just other actors at play, but don't think there's anyone down here yet. No. I would not be surprised if, like, I don't expect the DLC to be all about Marika or to answer all the questions about Marika or Radigan or anything else, but I would not be surprised if the DLC revealed more pulled the curtain back a little bit more on what Marika was doing and why. It might not, but that seems like a sort of thing that some additional information would, like, it seems like a good spot for a little bit more, where there's some more juicy details they could get into, and they could do a lot with that if they wanted. I've heard a lot of speculation around Mikola. I am a little less convinced of that one. I feel like there's definitely room, there's definitely blank space that they could paint in with Mikola if they wanted to. But also I feel like Mikola, even though Mikola is like not actively participating in a lot of the story by the time we get here, it feels like Mikola has done a lot, and a lot of what Mikola has done is, I feel like you can settle on a lot of answers around Mikola's involvement with most things currently. Not like conclusive answers, but you can like, I don't know. I don't feel like I could see Mikola being a place where that DLC focuses on, but Mikola doesn't stand out to me as a place where there's a lot more opportunity than any one of the other given like players. There's a lot of places where there's opportunities, and it doesn't feel like Mikola to me stands out as one more deserving of that added attention, any more than the rest anyway. Yeah, like Saint Trina is a character who's mentioned a lot, but then isn't actually involved. Has any FromSoft DLC not explored just a new area with new characters? Like, they all the FromSoft DLCs that are story-based do go to new areas and introduce new plot elements. Like, they fill in gaps we don't know were there yet a lot of the time, but a lot of them also do give us more information about existing players and characters and recontextualize a lot of stuff we already knew, even if the DLC is not about them. Like, the Old Hunters is not about Ludwig, but Ludwig's in there, and we learn a good bit. Like, Ludwig was mentioned before. We know a lot more about Ludwig because of the Old Hunters DLC, and it does kind of like add a little bit of proxy information to a bunch of other related stuff. We didn't even know to, like, Maria, as far as I know, is not mentioned at all in the base game of Bloodborne, nor is the fishing village. But those are things that the DLC is arguably very much about, and the information we get about in the fishing village and around Maria casts new light on various tangential characters as a result. Like, that's the kind of information and fleshing out I think we're going to get in these DLCs. Not just a DLC that's all about fill in the noun, name, place, or thing that we already know about, but a new story, like new information in a new place that informs a lot of what we knew, of what we'd already encountered, is my thinking. But who knows? At this point, I trust FromSoft to come up with, like, exciting DLC narrative ideas way more than I do myself or most of the, like, fan community, honestly. They rarely miss when it comes to DLC for their games. They are so good at it and finding new fun stories to tell. We should go do something, though. This has got. I know we're mostly here to just chat, but this can't be that interesting to watch visually. Currently. Cliff jump in Caelid? Wait, which cliff jump? I don't know if I'm familiar with the cliff jump. Near the tree sentinel. So, like, that's pretty far down. So there's a drop to the right, like over on this way. It's true, we could try to, like, scoot and bypass Stormvale. Get into Liurnia a bit for funsies. South from there down to the Dragonbarrow bonfire. Why not? I am curious how much ground I could cover out here without getting sniped by some enemy. You probably, if you got lucky, you could get pretty far. But we are also very squishy this early. It is true that enemies kind of suck at sniping or hitting you when you're on torrent, but with this amount of health, they really only need to get lucky like once or twice. There's a lot of poison traps out here. And guys. Both. And that poison would probably shred me at this level too. Well, we are here. That's something. We shouldn't be here. Yeah, I could probably get some levels right now. I should do that. So I can wield my bigger sword. Almost. Wait, is it 16 or 18? It might just be 16. Congrats on finishing, by the way. It was a pleasure to watch. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad folks were enjoying it for such a bonkers length of time. Why do I have 16? Why am I not? I boosted... no, I'm an idiot. I boosted... I thought dexterity needed to be at 16. I misread it. I'm silly. I need strength at 16. Well, that we can remedy as well. There we go. ¿Por qué no los dos? That's more like it. Now we're in some kind of business. A little bit heavy rolly, admittedly, but it's where we're at. Oh, there we go. It's because of the halberd. That fixed it. Still don't belong out here, but at least we've got our sword. From here, you need to go up the wind elevator. Okay. I don't even know what I'm going to, technically, but I am having fun seeing where we end up. Boing! I'm here now. Oh, are y'all leading me to Grail? Is that what's happening? Did I ever find the one Hollow Mobber turns into a bear? I don't know if I did. I'm getting mixed chat messages. What was my favorite boss fight in Elden Ring? Favorite of the boss fights? That's a good question. There were a lot of good ones. Godric is great. Like, pretty much all the shard bearers are, like, really cool. Varying degrees of cool, but, like... What was my favoritist one, though? Radahn's a pretty cool set piece. Renala really is too. Reichardt's pretty up there. That's a pretty memorable whole thing. Placidus Axe is a pretty cool set piece too. I don't know if it was like my favorite fight necessarily, but visually pretty amazing. Oh, hey. Lightning. So, don't really feel like I want to pick a fight with an Erdtree avatar right now. Oh, so we're running for the Spirit Spring up there. Okay. Why not? Scoot? That thing will definitely one-shot us at this level. Boing. Here we are. Spirit Ashes are a great system. That, like... There are so many systems in Elden Ring that I think are the best, like, some of the best work and the best iterations of these ideas that FromSoft has ever done, and I hope they never go back to the old way. Spirit Ashes are brilliant. The new, way, like, the new Ash of War system is brilliant. The way you can, like, kind of upgrade and tweak your weapons and stuff and constantly change them easily is amazing. Like, the fact that I could just sit here, go down to this menu, and change how my sword scales and what Ash of War I have attached to it is so, like, this is all so good. I love how malleable your kit and build is in this. It allows experimentation so much more. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Dunlace, for the Donald and the bits. Did you ever read the description for the gold scarab talisman? When you got it, you read the wrong item's description at the time. A scarab helm, I think. Yeah, that did happen. I think, so the gold scarab talisman gives you, it gives you more runes per kill. Yeah, that's what it does? Is that what people are trying to lead me to? I thought that was a lot further away. Yeah, that stuff's a lot further away. That's in the other end of Caelid, almost. Oh yeah, stamina not draining while in combat. That is just so, like, I wouldn't mind if a lot of these great quality of life improvements were backported to previous Souls games. It would kind of, like, especially with the malleable build stuff, it would probably break some things, but I just never want to go back to a game where I have to permanently commit upgrade materials to or infusion materials or whatever to a weapon, and then it's just changed, and if I don't like it, oh well, guess that was a bad idea and I've wasted all my stuff. It makes me upgrade really carefully and tentatively and nervous about upgrading in Souls games, whereas here I feel like, well, let's try it. Let's see if we like it. Maybe it'll, like, end up being cool, and sometimes it is. There's a path on the bottom side of the spring, head south. Oh, okay. Why not? We're here. Here and not yet dead. Oh, is there's our jump. And we drop. And okay. Yay. Don't like the sound of that. I'm sure it's fine. So we're not far from where we'd meet Millicent. Head to the tree branches ahead of me. Oop. I've been noticed by some skeletons. Are we like dropping down these here? Or, sorry, I know you're having to, y'all are having to like type to lead me pretty quickly here. This is basically Twitch Plays Elden Ring. East side of the map area, okay. I can probably make that, but there's also a land octopus down there. Do I need to go further south, or are we south enough? Yeah. Skeleton, no. Other skeleton, no. Bad skeletons. I've gotten to the point where even chat's not sure where I'm going. I see the feeling is mutual for all of us then. Let's just have us an adventure. Hey, here we go. This is a something. Dang. Quick! Quicker. Hey, Millicent. I'm here too early. How goes?
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse, not to be meddled with by man. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot.
Fair enough. Really is impressive how far you can manage to get even at low level before you've done anything. The Dan Jones technique. So I hear. The original plan was close to the tree facing Radahn's area. I feel like several people have been leading me to several different things. That might be why I ended up not at any of them. That's okay. We've been having fun. So, here, let's get back to familiar-ish ground. Because here's back to lore things then, before we, because I feel like I'll probably wrap up before too long here. Of the lore creators and videos and things that y'all have seen that are out there, because I've watched a lot, but there's far, far more than I've gotten to yet. I am curious what some of everyone's favorite lore videos and who some of the favorite lore creators have been. Yeah, Vati stuff is top notch. Yeah, Vati's only gotten better at what Vati does with time. Just extremely strong production and well written and all that. Yeah, Smotown's the one I'm going through their work more recently. Zully the Witch stuff, very fun. Bonfireside chat's been great so far. I'm still in their early stuff, but it's been a great time. Yeah, the Carbot animations have been very entertaining as well. Gwynny, leave Prinny alone. She doesn't want a bath. She's gonna fuss at you. Gwynny, you're going to start a fight. Fight coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Longer delay than I thought, but it's inevitable. Inevitably, y'all are going to hear a little rah fight within the next 5 minutes at some point. Well, I don't know. I guess Gwynny settled down and stopped giving her the bath, so maybe they'll just snuggle. Oh, I see. The little hot pads have they kind of auto turn off after 6 to 8 hours or so. And so they turned off and it's cold in here, so they're like, fine, we'll snuggle together for warmth, but we won't. If the hot pads were on, though, we'd fight over them. We probably will end pretty soon. We've been going for nearly 5 hours now, and we're just kind of rambling, not even really talking much lore anymore, so. But if there are any other lore things you want to talk about, now's a great time, because we're here. This has been fun. I've had a good time just kind of romping around the early areas again. I'm gonna do that stretch that Errant Engineer told me to do a while back. Oh yeah, food time soon as well. I could go for some food. Food sounds good. Food, and then I'll need to figure out what I'm doing the rest of the day. I should do something to chill. Something to actually rest a bit. It's been a busy weekend. Maybe I'll get back to trying to get through that Final Fantasy V ROM. That could be fun. What are my thoughts on the Elden Beast and Elden Beast fight? Elden Beast itself is definitely interesting. I think the fight's a little annoying. Having to chase it down to fight it is a bit obnoxious. And I wish it, any fight where the viable strategies get reduced down to, 1 or 2, I'm always a little like I'm always end up being a little bit less fond of. But that like I say that, but I think there's usually always a lot more viable strategies to a fight than I recognize at the time. Like with Millennia, it really felt like, okay, there's not a whole lot of ways to outsmart this fight. You really just have to be very good at your dodge game, and it's just, this is the very hard fight test for end game. But then, sure enough, Noah Gervais, who also, again, describes himself as not good at these games and tries to build around hard fights, built around it with basically just a really, I think it was some like really heavy faith-based damage type things where you just beat her second try. Like, he keeps finding ways to outsmart these fights in ways that I didn't think were possible. Like, he got really stuck on Artorias in Dark Souls 1, and the way he ultimately won it was like, okay, what if I just like if I try to go in and hit him, he keeps interrupting me. What if I make that impossible? What if I poise build? What if I armor up as hard as I can to where he cannot interrupt me, and I just let him hit me and I just like wail on him? And it worked. Like, I didn't know you could do that. So I feel like there's a lot more clever build strategizing one could do than I frequently give these games credit for, especially in this one where you can rebuild so easily. Like, I love that. And that makes me happy. Like, there being clever ways to build around a fight if you're smart and you went exploring enough to find all the right tools that you could build a perfect strategy to where you don't have to be perfect at dodging to where you can win the fight anyway. That's what makes Dark Souls great. Dark Souls being a test of you being able to play perfectly has never been what's made Dark Souls games great. Like, Millennia is parryable, but parrying is like the ultimate test of are you perfect at playing this game? Like, parrying is the most high risk, high reward way to play just based on skill. Like, I don't think I've managed to successfully parry a basic Godric knight. In this game. Like, I would definitely not trust myself being able to parry a Millennia. But yeah, these games are great because you can like go for that like high skill approach and succeed and feel really cool doing it, like, and that's wonderful. But you can also outsmart the fight with your with all the tools given to you. Sometimes there's not a lot of solutions available, and you may have to really think hard and get clever and inventive with it, but it's possible, and that's beautiful. I do feel like learning to parry would be like, I like that the guard counter and the parry are still distinct. That the guard counter is not just like, here, it's parry, but you don't have to master it. That parrying a guard countering will do nothing for you against Millennia, but that parry does if you've got that timing down. That's great. I love that. I like that parrying still actually has a lot of really fantastic utility. Yeah, Elden Ring is easily my favorite of these games so far. I don't know if I would say it's the best, but I don't think I could narrow down what is the best FromSoft game. Like, each of them excels in, as similar as they are, when you get right down to it, each of them excels at different specific things. Like, Elden Ring is my favorite to play, but like even I don't know if I would go so far as to say that it's the best one. Yeah, I think you could make a strong argument for Bloodborne having the best combat. Like, but like even there, like best is the definition of best is where that gets down to it, right? Because like Elden Ring and Sekiro exist on two ends of a spectrum of best, where like they're both very good. Sekiro is a combat design tuned for a specific mode of play. Elden Ring is a combat design specific, like for a here's a bunch of tools. Figure out a fun way you want to play with this, and it'll work. Sekiro is the opposite of that, but they're both so good at that. They're like great for that. They're like each great at that. And Bloodborne is closer to the Sekiro end of the scale, but like the closer you get to the Sekiro end of the scale, the more you can fine-tune that specific combat experience you're designing for. And Sekiro is like mirror shine polish of that experience, that specific combat experience they've designed. And it's so gratifying to become good at. Bloodborne's hard, and Bloodborne's I'd go so far as to say Bloodborne's maybe the hardest one to start. You've got to achieve a lot before they allow you to level up, and that on its own makes Bloodborne a brutal hurdle to get over at the start. Bloodborne's hard. Like I'd say Bloodborne's one of the harder ones. Easily. Really good. I think Bloodborne's a strong, like, if someone was to argue, was to try to make a case for Bloodborne being the best FromSoft game, I think it'd be very easy to make a strong case. Because Bloodborne is just so good. Like, it's got its flaws. The fact that you can run out of blood vials is still nonsense, and that's not... Bloodborne is worse because of that blood vial system, but it's still such an exquisite game in so many ways. I love narratively what Dark Souls 2 does. I love thematically what Dark Souls 3 does. Not narratively, but in a more broader thematic sense, that Dark Souls 3 is so brazenly making an argument for its own, for it being wrong that it exists and that it should not be here anymore, and that this needs to end, is on a AAA budget. That's pretty incredible. You only got into Sekiro after seeing the playthrough. That's flattering, and I'm glad. I too wondered how am I really gonna get into Sekiro? This does seem pretty different from what FromSoft has done, and it's still not my favorite one to play, even though it's really good. It's just that was a really steep mountain of skill to climb, and now that I am back at the bottom of it, I don't know if I have that climb in me again. But I am tempted, because it was really, when you've got your flow going in that game, boy, that feels good. And you're definitely a very helpful go-to when it comes, if I need to get better at any one of these, I need some tips for improvement. Yeah, I know where to go. And I appreciate it. Thank you. I think I think you're right. If I were to go back to Sekiro, that second climb would go faster. internalized a lot of knowledge. It would just be getting the muscle memory back. If I went back into it, I honestly would probably poke around to look at like the modding scene for like difficulty tweaks on Sekiro. I don't know what exactly how I'd want to tweak. Like I wouldn't want to tweak it far, but getting like a little bit more like just health or damage reduction myself, so individual hits weren't quite so punishing, might be all I'd really want to do. Just to soften the penalty for failure just a little bit. But it's a really exquisite game. Hey, thanks for the 2 months, that guy 777, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss that. Oh, you're actually working very slowly on a plandomizer for Sekiro? That's pretty cool. I'm trying to think of how, like... There's some games that are like, it's immediately obvious how a randomizer would work and be like interesting and compelling. I'm trying to think of how like... how Sekiro randomization would... It feels like there's so few toys to disperse, right? So many of them are consumables. Is it like an item randomizer or like an enemy one? Interesting. Both. Oh, okay. Because like enemy randomizer, definitely like that makes 100% sense. And I suppose I could see since so many of the items you pick up are consumables which are tools which enable you to tackle certain challenges. I guess I can see that being kind of a yeah. I should ask Dan more about it. Like because Dan has definitely done that before. You can turn individual skills into pickups. Oh, okay. So yeah, I care. All right, that already adds a lot. That's pretty cool. Oh, you're planning on streaming Bloodborne on your birthday. All you got to do left to beat is the Orphan, Lawrence, and Gehrman, and the Moon Presence, and you put it off for years. Some of those are definitely going to be pretty steep challenges. 2 of them in particular, but if you've gotten that far, you can definitely do it. Just, it'll take some tries, but you can definitely do it. I'm really glad some folks are chatting about the life gems in Dark Souls 2. I'm glad that so much. I feel like I see a lot of Dark Souls 2 DNA in Elden Ring, and I'm glad that a lot of those feel like they've kind of found a home in here. Like I think it was Noah Gervais who pointed out that it really feels like Dark Souls 2 is like a dry run, or it was like an attempt at a lot of what Elden Ring did, but without the open world, and it does feel like the iterations they've done on those Dark Souls 2 ideas are working better here. That was Noah Gervais, yes. All right, okay, good. Thank you for confirmation. I wonder if Dark Souls 2 if those areas had been spread across an open world, even if it was a much smaller one. I wonder if that, like, I could see of all the Dark Souls games, 2 being the one that an open world would actually really work well in. We're just kind of rambling together now. Well, here we'll start winding down then. We've been going for a bit. Here, let's scoot on over to credits here for a little bit. I very much appreciate all of you joining me for this today. This has been a grand time. I've had a lot of fun. I had a great deal of fun with the playthrough in general, and I really appreciate you all watching for so much of it. That's a lot of YouTube to watch for a long time. But I appreciate y'all sticking with it, because long playthroughs are a hard sell. There's always a good bit of fall off of viewership on a long playthrough, and on one that long, I was really not sure how viable that was going to be, but y'all stuck with it, and I really appreciate it, because I had a great deal of fun. We will definitely be getting back once it kind of feels like all the DLC has landed. I'm looking forward to going back in for a bit. That'll be fun. By that point, it'll feel nostalgic. I'm also really excited to just like be able to play through a bunch of games again. I don't feel like credits rolled. Did they? I don't think they did. I'm hitting the button again.
Nah.
Thank you for the zote. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be weird finishing games regularly. I'm excited though. Like, there's been a whole bunch of games kind of piling up that I've been wanting to get back into. Like, either ones I've been holding off on that I wanted to start, or games that I did a one-off of along the way on some Wednesday that I then was like, oh, I want to actually finish that someday. We'll just put it on the shelf for now. And someday Elden Ring will end, and then... I'm glad you've been enjoying Beacon Pines. I have too. It's another good game. If there are several one-offs you'd love to see me go through, I agree. And tomorrow we're going to be going back to one of those one-offs. It's going to be fun. And there's more of them that I'm more than happy to go back to. I don't know if I immediately have plans for them. I think I've got like the next few games loosely figured out, depending on how long they take. I've got to kind of plan around the holiday, right? Like the what would normally be our Katamari Christmas sort of stretch, which will now, I guess, turn into like a 2D, like a Mario or Kirby Christmas type thing. Those are kind of like what I'm thinking as the replacements, like kind of retro Mario platformers. I think Super Mario World is kind of what I'm thinking. That'll be a nice like chill thing. Rounds with Dan Jones. So don't worry, there will be more rounds with Dan Jones, especially now that I got modding set up. And it's as great as you would hope. It's so fun. There's a lot to look forward to for the remainder of the year. And into 2023. There's so many games to get to. It's going to be fun. But yeah, thank you for spending a bunch of time with me today, hanging out, kind of playing Elden Ring, but not really. Kind of talking about Elden Ring most of the time, but not always. It's been fun just chilling and hanging out, and I appreciate y'all making time. And now, I'll tell you where we're going to go. We're going to go see a bus. Desert Bus is currently going, and before I send y'all over, let me explain what it is. This is for some clarification. So there is a annual charity event run by mostly the folks at Loading Ready Run, but there's a bunch of other folks who loop in, where they do a week-long charity drive, basically, where they play one of the most boring games ever made, 24/7, and also just sort of like they're running a charity drive. They're doing raffles for really cool items and auctions and all kinds of things. It's a good time. Carrie, in fact, is up there right now helping out with it. She's probably asleep at this moment because she was doing the 6 a.m. to noon shift today. But she'll be doing that shift for the duration of Desert Bus for the rest of the week. So if you want to see Carrie like on camera hanging out 6 hours a day until the bus stops, then I highly recommend doing that. They're playing Desert Bus for the Sega CD, I want to say, or Sega Saturn, which is a game in which you drive a bus from Tucson to Vegas in real time across a very boring, samey desert. The bus lists very slightly to the right, so you can't just hold down the gas. You do got to keep it on the road. It takes 8 hours to get from one town to the next. And then you go back. And that's the game. Don't worry, I'm gonna send you all over there in a raid. Now, another thing I should say before sending you over. Normally when we send people in for raids, we do a whole bunch of we get a bunch of emotes and honks and hellos ready and a bunch of all caps and all stuff like that. Just to give you a warning. These streams tend to be pretty busy over there. They've got like right now it says they've got 5,000 people watching right now. So that's pretty busy chat. I think they have rules that limit the number of emotes you can use in a single message, and also all caps will get you probably muted for like a minute or something. So, let's raid with library voices, just as a heads up. You can be excited. Just careful with the all caps and keep the emotes limited. Just wanted to let y'all know so you didn't go in there and suddenly find yourselves just muted en masse. But yeah, go give those folks some support and maybe even throw some money their way. It is for a good cause. It is just all for charity. And there's a lot of folks working very hard. Soraya's helping out too, more not on camera or anything, but she's helping out as staff. So lots of good folks helping out over there. So let us prepare the raid. Go say hi to a lot of good, very funny folks, because Loading Ready Run folks are great people, whom I have the pleasure to know many of them and get to hang out with them sometimes, and they're lovely. Thank you again for spending time today. I will see you again probably Wednesday playing, I don't even know what, I'll figure it out. But until then, bye!